What's good, everyone joining in the stream? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, helps get it out to more people. As always, what's up, everyone joining in the stream right now? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We're going to start getting some people up here in a quick second. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Courtney? What's up, Jocelyn? What's up, Jay? How you doing? What's up, Jess? What's good, everyone joining in? Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. That'll be listed up here on the TikTok screen here in a quick second, everybody. Give me one quick second. One quick second. We're going to get everything set up here on the stream. Do give me a quick second, everyone. Alrighty. Alrighty. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. What's up, everyone joining in? Let's get everything going. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. Let's get the first person up here to start the live immediately. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
You are so hot.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election on today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, and what month?
September 1st.
Okay, for sure, for sure. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I would say like mainly because like ICE it doesn't really seem bad to me. Like you're getting out like illegal immigrants who are violent, right?
Okay, so you know that only 5% of people who are detained by ICE actually have a violent criminal offense?
Do you have like a source for that?
Yeah, that's from the DHS and ICE themselves.
Oh, really?
Yes.
All right. I probably have to look into that. But my other thing would be like the whole like war in Iran.
Yeah?
Basically, do you think it was like started because like Iran was like they were a threat with like nukes, right? Like they were threatening to like attack the United States or something like that, and that's why we stopped them from having nukes.
Nope, there was no imminent threat that they were going to attack the United States. They haven't been developing enriched uranium since the original strike about a year ago, according to U.S. intelligence. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, literally testified on behalf of the intelligence community in front of Congress. And actually, it indicated literally there was no U.S. intelligence that they were developing enriched uranium since that original strike around a year ago.
Wow. Honestly, I guess my other question would be like, what's the reason to not support Trump exactly? Like, is he not like? So I've heard people. I was in Dean's live, hoping to be let up, but he didn't like let me up. So I saw people saying that like Trump was like a rapist. I haven't done any research into that. Is that true?
Yeah, he's been held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people.
Do you have any proof of that?
Yeah, look up Trump libel essay AP News.
AP News, you said?
Yeah.
Alright. If that is true, then yeah, I wouldn't support him. That's unbelievable.
Okay. All right. Well, make sure to go look that up right now, and you won't support him.
I will.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Shut up, Parker, you faggot, you nigger faggot.
Okay, you're disgusting. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Happy early for 20. See you tomorrow.
I'm actually celebrating. I'm celebrating it tomorrow, and I might do something a bit crazy. Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yotsup, how old are you?
You fucking faggot, Parker.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yotsup, how old are you?
44.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
The election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
So I'm going to give you my reasons. And let me get through my reasons before you just jump on the first one if you could.
Okay.
So my main reason were border crossings. I needed them to go down. I like having a Republican in office to refocus on Christ. I could not handle the fact that they just shoved Kamala on the ticket.
Kamala, by the way. Or you could just say
It was
Harris.
supposed to be Biden, and then he dropped out. There was no choice. They just stuck her on there. So those would be the main reasons.
Okay. So
I used to be a Democrat. The Democrat Party has come so far away from where it used to be. The Democrats used to care about border security. And I live on the border. And just the number of crossings were just so ridiculous. I don't know. I just feel like the Democrats are no longer the Democrats.
So I do think that the Democrats cared about border security. They wanted to pass a bipartisan border bill and were working with Republicans to do that in the context of Congress. And Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that very bill and said, blame it on me if the border bill fails. Look up Donald Trump says, blame it on me if border bill fails. And you'll see that exact thing. They do care about border security. That bill would have secured the border and would have made the legal process go quicker. Alongside of the fact that, in referencing specifically focusing on Christ, Kamala Harris is Christian. And Donald Trump himself has literally portrayed himself as God and as the Pope. So I think that he literally engaged in blasphemy, and that's unforgivable. If it's a red line for God, it should be a red line for you. And then Kamala Harris getting on the ticket with no choice. There actually was a choice. So the primary voted for the Biden-Harris ticket. And if Biden steps down, Harris steps up. That's how it works, according to how the ticket structure is with presidents and vice presidents. Plus, 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee, along with the fact that no one decided to run against her, and everyone was putting their support behind her. So it was very clear that she was the candidate. Plus, Donald Trump literally tried to undermine the results of the 2020 election, got 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen in 2020 with absolutely no evidence, when there were 60-plus courts that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, many of which had Republican-appointed judges or even Trump-appointed judges that indicated that he didn't win the election. So that's one thing that he definitely tried to do.
So if he stopped efforts to secure the border, why do we need to secure the border? Why was it not secure?
So I think that there were more people coming to our country because of economic insecurity around the world because of global inflation. And I think that would have happened regardless of the administration.
Okay, in 2020, the amount of encounters at the border were under 500,000. The first year Biden went in office, there was 1.7 million. The second year Biden was in office, 2.2 to 2.4. Why? You can't just say that's the reason for such a significant jump.
I mean, I don't think that's crazy. I think that's totally within reason. Plus, again, it's because of the fact that there's economic insecurity around the world, and people see the U.S. as a preferable alternative. Push the hand over, push the hand mustache. There are less people engaging in tourism towards the United States. There's less people that want to come here. It's because Donald Trump is making conditions worse, and people see going to the United States as less preferable when he's in office. So if anything, this is a measure, think about it this way, right? Conservatives all the time will say, oh, there are people leaving California. That's evidence that California is bad, right? But then whenever there were more people coming under the Biden administration, they don't say that's evidence of the country being better.
Okay, that's the only administration to have such a jump in border crossings.
Okay, but you understand that that's because of that level of inflation and because it was seen as a preferable alternative, and that might have not been true for other points of history to the same extent. That's what led to more people trying to come to the country. Plus, right, many people are coming through a legal asylum process. So, it's not people, right, mostly who are coming to the country, right, illegally. It's mostly people who are coming to the country through a legal process.
There's always been economic insecurity for these people who were coming across. Their country didn't all of a sudden have economic insecurity. There had always been.
It's not our country; it's the countries around the world, right? Because of global inflation.
No, I'm not talking about ours. I'm talking about where they came from.
Yeah, of course. And there is global economic insecurity because of globalized inflation.
Okay, we had that same inflation here.
Well, I mean, even though we had the inflation here, the conditions were still preferable to come to our country, right? And that's why more people came to our country. And that's why when Kamala Harris raised private funds for certain Central American countries, it reduced the likelihood of people coming here based on economic insecurity. So, I mean,
But if it had to do with
that's evidence right there.
economics,
What's up?
in my opinion, wouldn't they just stay in Mexico? It's significantly cheaper.
Well, it's not just because of the cost. It's also because of job opportunities. It's also because of demand in the markets. And there's countless other examples. It's not just because of the cost of goods.
So it's not economic.
It is economic, but you understand that, you have to think of it this way: the cost going up in those areas around the world, right? If it doesn't catch up with the level of wage growth, then that's going to be negatively impacting the individuals that are there. So it might be cheap comparative to us, right? Based upon the specific money that we're taking there, because we make money here and then bring it there. But based upon the money that they make there and then spend it there, it was proportionally less, right, to them. So which caused them to want to come to our country, because our country specifically did see that level of growth, right? And our country was seen as a preferable alternative under the Biden administration. It was seen very stable under the Biden administration.
Didn't inflation hit its highest under Biden?
Yeah, but that's not because of Biden's administration. It's because of global inflation.
But I'm saying, like, wasn't it the highest it had been ever?
No.
So I don't understand why they would come here if inflation is high. Like I said, I live on the border, so I know things in Mexico are cheaper. Healthcare is cheaper. Food is cheaper. Housing is cheaper. Transportation is cheaper. Everything is cheaper, honestly. Like, a lot of us cross the border to go seek out cheaper things in Mexico. So tons of people do that for their medical. But I mean, the jump in encounters at the border were insane. And like in my town alone, like we had daily activity in my town of trafficking. So I actually started to keep a log of, like, are we really having another incident today? Okay, yes. Yesterday. Okay, tomorrow, yes. Friday, yes. Saturday,
Well,
yes. Sunday, yes.
I'm really sorry to hear this, and I think it would be easier for us to focus on individuals who are committing violent offenses and bad offenses such as that, if it is the case that we focus on those individuals rather than, like, the people who are just coming to our country for a better life. So if we provide a legal pathway for undocumented immigrants who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, I think that would make that process better off. Plus, what the Democrats are trying to do in making the legal process go quicker, it would have addressed these conditions. But again, Donald Trump undermined the bipartisan border bill. If he cared to address the conditions at the border, he would have allowed for that to pass and wouldn't have said that he doesn't want the bill to get passed because he didn't want the Democrats to get a win.
I don't think we should have such a large number of encounters at the border or people coming into the
How does that
country.
materially negatively impact you?
The amount of people coming in?
Yes.
So during that specific time, for example, flying out of Tucson, you couldn't just fly out of Tucson. Okay, there was a tent where the immigrants were going to the tent. They got a bag, like a goodie bag, and a cell phone, and doing all that.
These are
The
legal
entire
asylum
process-
seekers, by the way.
These are what?
Legal asylum seekers.
I just called them immigrants.
Yeah, they're legal asylum seekers. They're going through the legal process of immigration. So do you have an issue with people legally immigrating here?
I have an issue with money going towards it. So they were given
Money
plane
going towards
tickets.
legal immigrants. But you understand that legal
Yes.
immigrants are bringing economic activity, bringing tax revenue, and paying way more into the tax system than they're taking out of it by any of these services. So obviously, if these services are helping them, that totally makes sense given that they're helping us. Did you know
And I would
immigration
think
over
that
the
if our
past...
citizens were covered, then yes. Like, if we were in a great place and our citizens were taken care of, and then we could take care of other people's citizens, yes, great. I don't think we've taken care of our citizens ever.
But you understand that it helps us take care of our citizens to a greater extent because it reduces the deficit. Over the past 30 years, it's actually reduced the deficit by $14.5 trillion. Immigration overall.
Okay, I still believe that we need to take care of the people within our country first.
Yeah, but this allows for us to do that to a greater extent.
We're still not doing it. Even after having the highest crossings at the border at 2.9 million in 2024, we still aren't
take a
doing
look
it.
at this. This benefits our society. Take a look at this. This is really important information. So this is how much it reduces the deficit.
So If we had that many come in, why are we not
Do you see
taking care
this?
of our
This is
citizens?
beneficial. Like, look at this. Look at the years too. Do you see how beneficial immigration is?
To the
And
bottom
how
line?
even higher levels of immigration reduce the deficit to a greater extent? Like, look at how much more the deficit's reducing under the Biden administration, right? Like, there's literally increasing share.
So what was the deficit in 2024?
What was the deficit in 2024?
Yeah.
I would have to look at the nominal level. I'm looking at the effect due to immigrants.
Okay. So, I mean, okay. The deficit, if it's like 300 trillion and then it drops down to 20 or 299 trillion, it's still 300 trillion. Does that make sense? Like the deficit, see, this is why I don't understand why in all these discussions, like we'll look at the deficit, we'll look at GDP, we'll look at things that are already like, I mean, like our deficit is atrocious, period. To say it's like a little less atrocious and
This
then next year it's
reduces
a
our
little better
deficit. Do you see?
atrocious, like,
Do you see
still
immigrants are almost
atrocious.
doing up to $1 trillion per year in reduction of the deficit here in 2023? Do you see that? That's helping our society. That is helping us help or solve our problems here in this country. So when we talk about immigrants as this net loss, right? It doesn't capture the actual real impacts that it's actually nearly $1 trillion benefit per year to our economy, which is absurd. That's
Wait, can you put that
insanely
back up?
good. Right?
Can you put that back up?
Yeah, I got
There's
you.
like so much text over it.
I apologize.
Okay, I can see it now. Thank you.
So do you see how it's like increasing, right, with more immigration that we have?
You mean decreasing the deficit?
No, the net fiscal impact, meaning that immigrants are benefiting our society. They're reducing the deficit. So this is a fiscal surplus, meaning that they are producing more into the system in terms of revenue, which is reducing the deficit.
Right. And I
So
mean,
if you reduce,
like
you know
I
that if
said,
you
the
reduce
deficit
immigration, you're going to reduce GDP.
atrocious.
You're going to increase the deficit. You're going to make it harder for Americans to be able to solve problems in our society.
Okay, but with the encounters at the border and the number of people coming in, it's not just a bottom line issue for me, like the costs and all this. When it comes down to the cost, I just want to take care of our own people first before we take care of others. I think a lot of people feel that way, no matter what side. Like, I hate the sides. We need like one big fat middle party and every extremist shoved out, honestly. But I'm worried
I
about
just
the
don't even know what
people.
that even is supposed to mean. The point that I'm making is that Donald Trump is the extremist. If you don't want to support an extremist, don't support the president of the United States that portrays himself as literally Jesus Christ.
Okay, but my only option was a completely inadequate person.
Okay, how is she inadequate?
There's so many ways, but I need to go back to the board
Explain.
real quick.
No, I want you to be specific. How
Wait,
is
I don't
she
want to pivot.
inadequate?
I want to go. I want to stay.
We're
one more
not
thing
we're
about
not
the
pivoting,
border.
and I promise you I'll make sure that we get back into it. But how is she inadequate?
I found her so disingenuous, like the way that she would speak, her accent changing constantly,
So
the fact
code
that she
switching.
couldn't broker a peace deal at all to save her life. Like the entire 4 years they attempted to broker a peace deal after Trump left the, what was it called? Like the JCPOA.
That's what Trump pulled out of, a peace deal that Trump pulled
Right.
out of, that Democrats set up, by the way.
Right. And then all 4 years they sat there trying to like procure a deal, and I just feel like they did nothing. But I also feel like Biden was not a strong leader, period. And I feel like she just sat behind him like smiling and laughing. Like no one would have taken her seriously. But
I take her very seriously. It seems like you didn't have any actual reason to dispute what she's saying, and it's just like random, like, I don't like her sentiments. Like, genuinely.
did she like even broker any kind of peace
Yeah.
over there? Like what did they secure? All I hear is that Trump left the JCPOA.
Yeah,
and it's like,
I
why
actually
didn't they
gave you an
start it again?
example. I actually gave you an example earlier, specifically in terms of the over $5 billion in private funds, specifically that she raised for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here, which
Why would we
is
not want them to come here if they're lowering our deficit?
Well, I'm saying specifically they're leaving based on economic insecurity. I don't want people to have to leave the countries in which they're coming from based upon economic security. I would like them to come to our country when they want to come to our country and immigrate here, not when they're forced to based upon economic conditions. Does that make sense? And also, that's still like establishing cooperation and long-term peace.
What year was that?
Yeah, this was throughout the Biden administration.
No, I mean, what year did she do that?
What year? I told you throughout the Biden administration. That would be through
It took 4
2021 through
years?
2025. No, that when she first started this, it was in May of 2021.
Did it take 4 years to implement?
It was funding that was accrued over that time period,
Okay,
and it
well,
was
at the
for
end of that
specifically
time period, we
Honduras,
had the
Guatemala, and El
highest
Salvador.
encounters.
What's up?
At the end of that period, we had the highest encounters at the border.
No, actually, the end of the Biden-Harris administration, we had lower daily crossings, and then the end of Trump's first administration.
I'm holding it right here. In 2024, it was 2.9 mil. That was the highest of all the years.
Yeah, you're looking at
from
the
US
overall year.
Customs and
I'm
Border
talking on a daily
Protection.
basis, right? Once there was a particular executive order that was put in place by the Biden administration, there was a lower amount of daily crossings on a daily basis than there was at the end of the Trump administration. So actually, the border that Biden handed over to Trump was more secure than the border that he actually inherited from Trump originally.
Okay, I'm talking about the amount of people that came to the border in 2024. I mean, I'm sure like maybe like May 25th and
I understand, but
2020
that's
like there might
still
be a
not a bad
specific
thing.
day that was lower.
That's still not a bad thing that people were coming to our country. Not a bad thing for us.
I mean, if she's trying to make it so that they're not coming over because of economics, insecurity, it obviously didn't work because there was only more
She
coming.
did. It did work for those specific countries that she was raising. Again, Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador.
And that was brokering peace for us?
That's brokering peace for those areas, which obviously is beneficial to us given our relations with those particular countries and given that they're more stabilized.
I mean, when we're brokering funding for other countries, like, yeah, I guess that's good as long as we're following the trail of those actual funds because the amount of fraud
Yeah,
that
these
we
are
found in
private
our own
funds raised
country.
within those countries to ensure economic security and infrastructure within these areas.
And we know how those funds have been used? We're
Yes.
following that?
Yes, these are private funds too, not public funds that are from
But
the
I mean, we're
government.
following those funds.
Yes, we know where the funds have been used.
Through what?
Like I just told you, the initiative set up through the what's it called? The agreements, right? And the
So they
$5
have
billion
their own little doge over there looking for fraud?
It's not. This isn't fraud. Looking for fraud. This is increasing private sector investment, right? Specifically in getting people to work together to then ensure that there is economic security within these areas. And I'm just saying this because you brought up like, oh, what are agreements that she's gotten done? Well, I gave you an example. Now, right, instead of just sitting there and saying, oh, I don't like her laugh. Oh, I don't like how she speaks. Can you actually give me something meaningful that you disagree with about her? Because you're willing to say that that's worse than Donald Trump being a fascist and a rapist? You're going to say that's worse
I
than Donald
do-
Trump destroying
Most of my
democracy?
issues with her are based on one, her lack of leadership skills, in my opinion. That's obviously
how so?
my
Like
opinion.
what specifically lacked leadership?
The fact that I feel like, even though I think that her faith is performative,
Not Trump, who literally says that he's God. He literally depicted himself as Jesus Christ.
well, I don't think he did, but
He literally did depict himself as Jesus Christ.
no, I think he trolled everyone. I think he does it
No,
all the time.
No, so regardless of whether or not you consider it quote unquote trolling, it's still blasphemy. Are you Christian?
Yes.
Okay, so then that's an unforgivable sin. If it's a red line for God, why isn't it your red line?
Okay. You as a Christian, if a person's a Christian, they should not hold an image for themselves for Jesus Christ. So even though religion wants to depict Jesus Christ, that is not in itself Christian. Jesus told us that there is no image, that we should not look to a carved image of him to show our faith. So I mean, I know
this
that
is
like
no
people are
Trump.
like,
This is
"Oh,
Trump
he-
representing himself as Jesus Christ.
Why are you saying that's as Jesus Christ? 'Cause you
Because
think
he's
it looks like
literally
it?
wearing the exact clothing that Jesus would historically.
Everyone in that time wore that clothing.
Okay, so no, not everyone wore that exact type of clothing. Secondly, we also have to consider that Trump has glowing hands. He's healing someone. There's demonic entities flying behind him. I think it's pretty fair to assume that this is obviously trying to invoke some religiosity.
Is that a word?
Yes, it is.
I need to add that to my list. I don't hold for myself an image of Jesus. It's, as far as I know, the Bible told me not to. You know, like a crucifix and stuff like that. Holding him as an image. I think that's why we go back and forth. Like, oh, he was white. Oh, he was black. Oh, he was this. Like, it doesn't even matter what he was. We're not supposed to have an image in our head, let alone say anyone can depict
Wait,
him
but this is
by
blasphemy.
validating an
This
image.
is blasphemy. If it's an unforgivable sin, you have to acknowledge Kamala Harris is the preferable candidate because Kamala Harris is not engaged in blasphemy and Trump has engaged in blasphemy.
Are you saying that you hold an image of Jesus in your mind?
Push the hand heart. I think that there is obviously by the way, I'm not Christian, but there obviously is an understanding or a depiction of Jesus, right? And a representation of Jesus that Trump was trying to impose, right, himself as.
No, I think he was trolling everyone, and I think it worked. But
Okay, you don't just get to engage in blasphemy and say it's trolling. That's
it's
ridiculous.
only
By the way, he
blasphemy if
claimed
you
that he
accept
claimed
an
that he thought he
image
was a
of Jesus
doctor.
Christ.
He claimed that he thought he was a doctor. Do you believe that? Do you think that's a doctor?
No, not at all. I think he said whatever he said that would annoy you guys or trigger you guys the most.
He's not
which I think he
triggering
does
me
all the time.
Here's my point. He's not triggering me. I honestly don't give a flying fuck. I'm not Christian, okay? He's triggering his own base. He's actually triggering his own base. He's not even triggering me. I don't give a shit.
Christians should know better than to hold an image of Christ in their mind.
What? Appreciate the hand art. Okay, I think every single Christian church has some sort of depiction of Jesus, right?
They
Like
don't.
if you go to a or represent something that represents Jesus, like baby Jesus, the manger. Like, you understand, like, every single church that I've ever, like, seen or been to specifically had some sort of depiction of Jesus or representation of Jesus. Not saying, like, he looked a certain way when he was older, but specifically a depiction of him at least when he was a kid, right, or a baby. Or something
Just a
that
baby in a
represented them in
manger?
story. Yeah, the baby in a manger. That's still baby Jesus. That's still God.
Yeah, no, my church does not.
Oh, okay. So, no baby Jesus on Christmas?
No, we have actually no images up.
No baby Jesus on Christmas.
No.
Wow, that's sad.
Ours is held out of
How about this? How about this? The cross. Do you have a cross?
Yes, on my wall.
Isn't that a representation of Jesus?
It's a representation of the cross.
Yeah, which is a representation of Jesus, right? It's supposed to
But
symbolize
it's not
Jesus.
a carved image.
It
The
is
Bible's
literally
very
an
clear.
image. It's
I
an
think it
image of
was
a
in
cross.
Exodus.
And what is
I
that
don't know if
cross
anyone
supposed to
wants to look it up,
represent?
but it was in Exodus saying that we can't have a carved image of Jesus that we offer our faith to.
Oh, I don't know what you keep bringing this up for. I'm telling you, Trump literally is purposefully representing himself as Christ.
In your
And you
opinion.
still support him even though he does that. And you're just like, oh, bro, it's just rage bait.
It is rage bait, but that's your opinion. Okay.
So he's rage baiting God. Not even rage baiting me. I'm an atheist. I don't give a shit. So why he's rage baiting Christians?
No, he's
So you want a president that rage baits Christians, right? Using blasphemy to do so. Wow, that sounds like he's definitely representing the Christian norms and views, right? He's focusing on Christ, right?
It's just like when he said, what did he say? Like praise Allah or something, and you guys all freaked out. It was funny. Regardless, we're not going to agree on that because I don't agree with having an image of Jesus. So I'm not going to. That's not in my faith. But okay, you said we could circle back to the border. Can we circle back?
Do you want to address what I said first? Like,
Which part?
is that focusing on Christ, committing blasphemy as rage bait?
I don't see it as blasphemy.
It literally, by definition, is blasphemy. Can you define blasphemy?
You want like the technical?
Yeah, how you're using the term. I can't hear you while you're swiped out of the app, just letting you know. You'll have to remember it and then come back. By the way, Margaret, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Mackenzie, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. Yehoshua, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Elinal, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, though. Tina, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you very much. Dila, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for we were taking care of our people, but healthcare and SNAP, with healthcare and SNAP, I worked for both programs and don't come back with undocumented people, get the help they don't. Yeah,
What?
yeah, undocumented individuals definitely don't get any of those federal programs. Appreciate the hand hearts. Thank you very much. And then Faith, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Let me click on the whole message. I can't see the whole message just yet. I hope you're okay. They said we are not okay. Thank you to you and Dean for bringing awareness. This won't make the news. They said active duty SM here. Literally just experienced my first active shooter shutdown. That's so horrible. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Where?
They haven't specifically specified, so, but that's really sad. That's really, really sad. Did you hear about the school shooting that happened earlier, where
Not today?
8 children dead.
Ugh.
I-
For the
Yeah,
love
it's
of
really,
God.
it's really, it's really, really sad. Based on the last information that I've seen, it's so horrible.
Okay, you're gonna make me forget my definition.
Sorry, you
about
can look it
children.
up.
It was like contempt towards God. I think is what it said. Contempt towards God.
Contempt towards God. What contempt toward? I'm confused.
Blasphemy. Contempt towards God.
And what would you define as contempt towards God?
I mean, I don't think it was towards God at all.
Okay. I'm just asking, what do you consider to be contempt towards God?
Just like anything disparaging about him.
Okay. Anything disparaging?
Yes.
So I think specifically like representing yourself as God. Would you agree that that qualifies as blasphemy?
I think if you are saying that you are God and that you are demanding followers like God, then yes.
Okay. So if you represent yourself as God, that's blasphemy. Trump represented himself as God, therefore he committed blasphemy.
I don't think he did though.
So what did he represent himself as?
I honestly think he did that to rage bait everyone.
Yeah, but he represented himself as what to rage bait everyone?
As a healer.
What type of healer?
I have no idea, just a healer. Like he's healing the everyday American. I don't know.
So I do think that clearly Jesus was depicted as a healer in those particular types of robes. And I think that they were trying to invoke religion with the demonic entities in the back. And obviously what he was wearing and the type of literal glowing hands that are healing someone. The fact that I have to keep going through this is just crazy. This is obviously blasphemy, okay? And under your worldview, it's not okay to engage in blasphemy to rage bait people, right?
Right, and I don't think it's blasphemy.
Right?
But and I don't think he made it.
You don't think it's
someone else
blasphemy, so
did.
it clearly is blasphemy. Like, Trump could literally do anything at this point, and he would just, like, defend it. Like, you're literally Christian defending an unforgivable sin.
I think true Christians understand that there is no carved image of Jesus.
Push the hand art. But you know that there are representations of him.
I mean, there's man-made representations of him. Doesn't mean that the Bible or Christ himself would approve of us making man-made representations of him.
So not only did Trump make a man-made representation of him, but he also tried to represent himself as that representation.
As a Christian, you would have to validate man-made images of Jesus in order to sign off on that. Does that make sense?
I don't know what the hell you're saying at this point.
So we would have to validate that there's images of Jesus, which is against what they...
No, you'd have to validate that there are representations and depictions of Jesus.
I'm not going to validate man-made depictions of
But are there
anything.
representations of Jesus?
Man-made.
Are there? Yes or no?
Yes, man-made
So if
images
there
that people have
are, and this is
drawn,
obviously Trump trying to represent
tattooed.
himself as the representation of Jesus, then that means he's committing blasphemy.
I don't think that's what he was doing. I don't think we're going to agree on this.
Okay.
Like,
What
I'm
did you
not
want
going
to
to be
go back
swayed.
to?
I want to go back to the border.
What about on the border?
Okay, so we've talked about how they benefit the debt, the national debt, which, okay, like I said, it's still atrocious. It's never not going to be atrocious, but are we even taking into consideration the people that were brought in or the people that came across the border with bad intentions, not seeking a better life?
I'm confused. Say that one time.
So, like, people who came into this country to one for sleeper cells, for crime, to commit crimes. The people who were fleeing the crimes that they've committed in their own country. Like, are we not concerned about those?
Yeah, I've already explained that we are, and I think that it'd be easier to go after those individuals that have committed those particular bad crimes and violent crimes if we weren't focusing on deporting those that have come to the country who are just coming for a better life and have no criminal record. 95% of those detained by ICE have no violent criminal record. That means 95% of the time that they're spending on detaining individuals is literally detaining individuals who have not committed those violent crimes.
Violent crimes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but we have to respect our entry policies and procedures.
Okay. So then why don't you say that Donald Trump needs to respect the law? Because right now he's literally violating the law in countless ways.
No, I'm saying in any administration, we need to respect the entry process and enforce it, shouldn't we?
I have a question.
Like,
Who respects the law more? A former DA, former prosecutor, and former attorney general, right? Or a convicted felon?
is this like Socratic dialogue to teach me a lesson?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Regardless, if we're letting people in without going through a vetting process or even a process period, which clearly the 2 point
We are advocating for
whatever
vetting.
million,
Where did you get that we're not advocating for vetting?
why would people be here illegally and then be deported?
What? I'm confused what you're saying. There were deportations under the Biden administration.
Okay. And you're saying that 90 whatever percent of deportations now are just people who came
95% of those
in,
detained are individuals without a violent criminal offense.
but people who came in illegally.
I never claim that every single one is illegally in the country because plenty of individuals who are detained are U.S. citizens. Those that have been racially profiled by ICE, those that have been detained simply for just having an accent.
Do you have numbers on that?
Yes, I just told you from the DHS and ICE themselves.
No, they have percentages of people who are detained that are already citizens.
So, you said, do they have numbers on that? We have
Yeah,
countless
because you're talking
examples.
about the
Yes.
95%. Like, you're really focused on just violent criminals, but
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, no matter who's in office, we need to have people come in legally and through a process.
Yeah, of course we want people to go through the legal process, but the best way to
Right.
do that is by making the legal process go quicker. The best way to
So
do
under
that,
Biden, we had millions. We couldn't even process them. We just let them in and then gave them a plane ticket to another place in the country and said, "Hey, we'll check in with you in a little
that's
while."
just not true. So if you're saying that we're going to check in with people, you're talking about the asylum process. That's a legal process of immigration. Okay, it's not true that we were just allowing undocumented immigrants in the country, right? No matter what, there still was a process. There still was deportations that happened. The argument that there was no process and that people were just let in the country for no reason and just for the fuck of it is just not true.
No, they were waiting to be
Understand.
addressed, but they had too many people to address.
Okay, but like that means that we need to make the legal process go quicker, which the bipartisan border bill would have invested in, but Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine that very bill.
You mean adults who make their own decisions?
Yeah, Donald Trump is the one who called people to undermine that bill. Yes.
Adults who make their own decisions.
What is the point you're trying to make?
Like, was he threatening
Like, do you
them,
think
or
children are in Congress? Like, what was the point you were trying to make?
it's kind of like when you guys are like saying like, oh, the court justices that he put in office. These are people who make their own decisions.
Court justice? I didn't even reference a court justice.
No, I know. I'm saying you guys like to throw out the court justices
No, I'm
who
not even
overthrew
referencing
Roe
that.
v. Wade or something.
Yeah, but that's
But like these are people who
Donald Trump
make
bragged about it.
decisions.
Donald
They
Trump
make
bragged
decisions.
about overturning Roe versus Wade. He takes credit for that.
Right, but he didn't do it.
He did. He put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. That
And
was
are
like
these
the
people
reason
who
why
make
he
their own
put them there.
decisions?
What?
Are these people who make their own decisions?
Are these people that make their own decisions?
Right. So like if
Yes,
I go rob
but he's
a store, but I
ideologically
get someone to
picking
do it
certain
with me,
people.
can they say she made me
Come
do
on,
it?
you're being so dishonest. You're right. He's ideologically picking certain people because of their positions to then get them to interpret the Constitution in a certain way. That's very intentional. He admits it. He takes credit for it.
Sure, every president does.
What?
Every president puts people in office who they want to put in office. Or
Yeah.
put
So
in
why is
positions
that
who
so
they want.
complicated when I explain it to you?
No, what I'm saying is that these are still adults making their own decisions.
Okay.
They're still
Why are you
responsible
telling
for
me
the
that?
decisions they make.
I'm sorry. Why are you telling me that? Of course I know that they're adults that make their own decisions. Seriously, what is the relevance of telling me that?
Because you make it sound like it's because of him.
It is. He picks those certain people.
Every president does that.
Yeah, I know.
So is he now responsible for their decisions for the rest of their life?
He's responsible for the decisions he picked them for. Yeah. He admits
For the
it.
rest of
He
their
takes
life.
credit for this. Why are you not acknowledging this?
So he's responsible for every decision they make from here on out.
I mean, to some extent, sure, but I mean, he's more directly responsible for things that he intentionally put them into that position to do.
So they're not responsible for their own decisions.
They're both responsible. What?
It's just weird to me that
Why?
like
What's
you're
weird?
talking about adults who make their own decision and then putting it on him.
Yeah, I mean, there can be accountability and responsibility for more than one person.
Sure, but in the end, he didn't make those decisions. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he wasn't there. He didn't hold any office at that moment.
He appointed them into the position. That's him explicitly doing that.
And everyone appoints people.
Yeah, I understand.
So could Biden not appoint anyone?
He could if there was an opening.
Okay, anyways. Putting blame on a man who's not in office is just like a scapegoat to me. I don't.
He told us to do it. He said, blame
It's
it
a
on me.
sellout.
He told us to do it.
Okay, anyways, so people come into the country with bad intentions. I'm concerned about
Trump?
those. No, he has good intentions. I
don't
really
think so.
genuinely think he has good intentions. I
Then why
do.
is he preventing the release of the Epstein files, even though he's legally obligated to do so?
Could we both agree that both administrations have poorly handled the files?
Sure, but I think that there needed to be Congress needed to pass it, a bill to be able to ensure that this is passed according to the Department of Justice policy, and that didn't happen under the Biden administration because Congress didn't pass that. That's not the fault of Biden and Harris. Secondly, the files are
Did they try
completely
to pass
sealed
it?
through 2024.
Did Biden and Harris try to
Tried to do what?
have the files released?
Well, that would be Congress would have to pass that bill. So I don't know what they could have done to
Did
be
they
able to do
introduce a
that.
bill?
Could they introduce a bill? No, because they don't introduce bills in
No,
Congress.
was a bill introduced during that time?
I don't think so.
Okay. And can we both agree that successfully during those 4 years we only took care of 2 people?
What do you mean?
So like the arrest happened and then all 4 years under Biden, the only thing that happened was Maxwell. That's literally it in all 4 years.
Of course, investigations into Maxwell would have happened, right? Yeah,
Right.
that makes
Why
sense.
were there no other investigations?
There were other investigations.
And what has come of those?
So just because plenty of things haven't come from these investigations doesn't mean that there weren't investigations. And also, that's not on behalf of Harris or Biden, because they're not the ones conducting the investigations.
But on both sides, for the entire time they existed, they have been mishandled.
You can say that, sure. But like, I think you have to consider
Well,
that
why are we
through
putting it on
2024 that they were completely sealed, and that there needed to be a legislative bill passed to ensure that these things are even able to be released in the first place, because otherwise they wouldn't have been able to be released, right? That bill was passed under the Trump administration. If it were passed under a Harris administration, she would have ensured the release of all of those files, as again she was legally obligated to do so, and she cares about fulfilling the law. Trump doesn't give a shit about fulfilling the law, and that's why he was totally okay with his attorney general that he just put into that position, right, not releasing nearly half of the files.
Aren't they still under investigation?
Nope, these are files that they can release.
How do you know that?
Because, again, they said that they exist, and they were legally obligated to release them according to the Epstein Files Transparency Act.
And they have been gone through and everything has been taken out that needs to be taken out.
Again, that was up to the administration. If they fired too many people that they couldn't fulfill the necessary duties of the administration, that's their fault. Secondly, they said they're not going to be releasing anymore, even though they exist.
And what was their justification?
I mean, their justification was they think that they're just not real files anymore.
Okay, I would have to look into that. But in my opinion, both sides have mismanaged the files. And in all the years,
But like,
the
this
only
isn't
thing
a
that's happened is
justification for supporting
Maxwell.
Trump, and it's also not to say that, like, for example, Harris or Biden tried to prevent the release of those files. Trump himself has tried to prevent the release of those files, even calling Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor because she wanted the release of the files.
No, he called her a traitor because she was buying into the rhetoric of the release the files.
Yeah,
Like
which
like
is
they
what he
weren't
said he would
released,
do.
but they were.
Didn't
There were
Trump say that
files
he was
that were
going to do
released.
that, though? Trump said he was going to release the files, and then she
And he
wanted
did.
to release the files, and then got mad at her that she wanted to release the files.
No, for pushing the narrative. They were released.
Yeah, she pushed the narrative that the administration wanted her to. Right? That's something he was running on, right?
Did he not release files?
He didn't release the files that he was legally obligated to release, all of them.
Isn't he the one who passed the legislation?
He signed it into law after it was passed to such an extent in which it would have been able to get past his veto anyway. So it was a veto-proof vote. It didn't matter whether he signed it or not. It was going to get passed.
And why didn't Biden or Harris try to release any files?
Again, one, because it was completely sealed through 2024. Secondly, because of the fact that it had to be passed by Congress, and they can't
How did
introduce
they get
bills to
unsealed?
Congress. What's that?
How did they get unsealed?
How they grand jury.
And why did they go to that grand jury to be unsealed?
Because they were able to at that certain point, due to the files and due to the public pressure.
Due
And
to investigations being over? Because they have to be sealed if there's
and due
investigations.
to some investigations being over. Yeah, absolutely.
So what has come of those investigations?
So, I mean, do you want to talk about the conviction towards Epstein and Maxwell?
No, that's what I'm saying. I feel like that's all that's come of them.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that more should come from him. I'm not disputing you there.
Right. So both sides have done nothing.
I don't know why you're trying to both sides of this when explicitly there's more on behalf of Trump here when he legally is supposed to release the files. He's legally mandated to do so.
He's the one who legally mandated himself to release the files.
No, he didn't do it himself. It was passed by Congress and it was veto proof. He actually tried to prevent that release of the files, calling it a hoax, and saying anyone who supports the release of the files shouldn't have supported him in the first place.
You guys are just like spewing the rhetoric when you say it's a hoax. It's not.
No, that's what he said. That's not
No,
what I said.
what he is saying is that you guys are pushing the focus onto the Epstein files, constantly pushing the focus onto the Epstein files. That's
I mean,
the
he
hoax,
ran on it.
is that the Epstein files are the smoking gun, which is wild because What even
Then
matters?
why aren't
Do you
they
guys
releasing
think
all
that
the
our
files?
public
If it's not a
opinion was
smoking
what
gun, why aren't
mattered?
they releasing the files?
And now that they have, what's come of it?
What?
Like, why? What's
They
the
haven't released all of
obsession?
the files.
But what's the obsession? Because do you guys think that our public opinion is what's missing from arrests? Your ability to read them is what's missing?
I'm confused what you're trying to say here.
So we want the files released, right? For
Yeah.
what? So that we know?
So that we can hold individuals accountable and get justice for the survivors?
Having the files released is not what gets justice for the survivors.
Tell that to the
If
survivors.
if the investigations
what
are
do the
happening,
survivors say? Do the survivors say that that's included in justice?
you can't do an investigation.
Do the survivors say that that's included within justice? Yeah, they absolutely do. So how are you to say that literally when the survivors think that themselves? That sounds incredibly selfish and fucked up.
No, because you read the files, who's gonna be arrested now?
Well, I think that they should be arrested. Just because the current administration isn't following through with that doesn't mean that they
The
should.
current. What about the ones that had them for 4 years? Where are the arrests? They were investigating them for 4 years.
Yeah, you understand that those investigations are going to be carried out by those specific investigators, not by Harris and Biden.
When? If the files are
Here's the
released, they're
coral.
no longer being investigated.
You understand that it's because of the fact that they were sealed because it was under investigation, and then at this point you're saying, oh, they haven't specifically gone after all the people they should have. Well, that would be on behalf of the people that are trying to go after those. I support that they go in front of Congress and they have to testify in front of Congress to be held accountable for the same thing. But you can't say at all that Harris and Biden were like knowingly trying to defend like P3DOs and trying to prevent the release of the Epstein files. There's no argument that justifies that. But there is one in terms of Donald Trump, because there's an explicit mandate to release the files, and because he tried to actively prevent them from being released by literally calling one of his top supporters, Marjorie Taylor Greene, to try to get her to stop supporting the release of the files, and called her a traitor when she didn't want to stop wanting the release of the files.
Okay, he's calling her narrative at that moment the issue, not the release of the files. So the DOJ all 4 years did what?
Are we just going to keep asking the same question over and over again? I feel like I've already answered this question.
You haven't answered it. You're talking about generalities.
I
You're
have
talking
directly
about
answered it multiple times
satisfying
at
the
this point.
victims and all of that. If the files were released, investigations are over, arrests didn't happen, the files were released.
Yeah, not all of them
They
were
were
released.
locked up for 4 years for what? Maxwell was arrested at the beginning of the Biden and Harris administration. What happened all those other years? Where are the other arrests if they were locked up for investigation?
Yeah. How many more times do I have to repeat the same thing to you? I think I've already answered this question multiple times. I think you're purposefully not responding to what I've said because you actively have no response. So either choose to respond to what I've said, right, or you can move on to a different
You're not answering
point.
it. You're saying nothing happened.
Do you want to bet? I've actively responded to it. I can play back the clip of me responding to it. Why are you lying?
Okay, then give me a bullet list. What happened?
Wait, I did already. Wait, can you admit that I did already say this?
No, I have no concrete anything that happened.
Are you serious?
After Maxwell
Do you
was
want to bet?
convicted.
I can play back the audio of me saying it.
Okay.
Okay, do you want to bet then?
What are we betting?
Because you specifically said that I didn't answer this question already. I did already answer this question multiple times already, by the way. So you're purposefully misrepresenting me here.
Maxwell's arrested, then what? We keep the files locked for 3 years,
Okay,
then what?
she's just gonna keep re-asking. Are you like trolling right now?
No, not at all.
So then why are you not acknowledging that I've already answered this question?
You said that they were locked up for investigate. Oh my God, not Santana with his nonsense. You said that they were locked up for investigation. What happened?
Okay. Did I already answer this question? Yes or no?
No, I feel like you said nothing happened.
Do you want to bet on that?
Yes.
Really? How much?
What do you mean, how much?
You said you
How
want to
much
bet.
do you want to bet?
I need to talk to Santana too.
Okay,
Utter
so she doesn't want to
nonsense.
answer that question because she knows that she's wrong and I can play it back. Will you admit that?
Well, I admit what?
Will you admit that I've already answered the question? I think you're just being dishonest at this point.
No, I don't think you've answered. There's nothing that happened with them. Nothing
Okay.
was accomplished. In 3 years after her arrest, nothing was accomplished.
Can I try just for a second, Parker?
Go ahead.
All right. So the only reason I'm up here is because you have my little brother running his head against the wall because you're being willfully obtuse. So just to make sure that a couple of things are very clear and highlighted. One, the reason why the Biden-Harris administration could not actually release the files during their term is because there was a seal, grand jury seal. Yeah, I don't care. I'm running through everything. A grand jury seal of the actual files. Two, Maxwell was still going through court cases, appeals, and sentencing. Three, there are multiple civil cases which were still going through and being processed and had to actually get approval by the judges to release those actual files. And four, the official date for all of the files to be released to the DOJ was in February of 2025. Donald Trump was sworn in January of 2025. The DOJ did not have access to all of the files to be released until February of 2025. Donald Trump ran on releasing the MLK, JFK, RFK, and Epstein files. And he released everything except the Epstein files. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Nancy Mace pushed to have those files released because that's what Donald Trump ran on and that's what they wanted. Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene continued to push prior to the final sign-off saying that, hey, we need to get people to sign off on this. And that's when he turned on her, started calling her Marjorie Traitor Greene. And then after that, they got the Epstein Transparency Act signed into law. And after that is when they were legally mandated by law to release the files. The Trump administration actually made it past the window as far as releasing the files and started releasing the files slowly, piece by piece. And now at this point, even after Pam Bondi is gone, the acting AG, Todd Blanche, has said there's still 3 million files, but they're done. They're not releasing anything else because they feel like it's over. So the point being, as far as you want to keep saying, what about Biden? During the Biden administration, they did not have access to the files, they could not release the files, and they were not legally mandated by law to release the files. All of those things are in play under the Trump administration, yet they have fought to release the files as far as Donald Trump didn't want them out. He said that if you still talking about Epstein, I don't want your support. He literally fought tooth and nail to not release the file. Until Parker pointed out, they got a veto-proof bill passed and forced them to let it out. And to this day, there's still over 3 million files that they're not releasing. So you're being willfully obtuse. It's not about the Biden administration. It's about what Donald Trump ran on. It's about what Donald Trump ran on and what he actually had access to. To underline my point, the Biden-Harris administration legally could not release the files because the files were still in the legal process. Donald Trump could.
I answered it all. About that. I'm asking what was accomplished with those files in those years. Not
they
what
were
Biden
still going
do.
through the legal
Why weren't
process.
They released? None of that.
They were still going
accomplished?
through the accomplishment of the files was both Maxwell and Epstein were convicted.
What
and
year?
There's multiple civil cases that came out of it. But even more than that, you're right. The biggest thing is having access to all of the files. And now people should be held accountable, just like after the Epstein Transparency Act, multiple countries around the world have now started to actually hold those people accountable for those actions, right? You understand that now that the Epstein Transparency Act passed, people can hold all of those people connected legally responsible, and that's what we've seen. That could not happen prior to the Epstein Transparency Act, which happened while Trump was in office. You're being willfully obtuse.
No. What was accomplished in our country? Because Maxwell was sentenced in what, 21?
There's
what
been
happened
nothing
after
because
that?
Donald Trump's administration is the one that's supposed to be holding people accountable, but they have not done so. They're the first administration. They're the first administration who has the ability to do so because all of the other related legal proceedings have been concluded and all of the files are now accessible. No other administration could have done what they can do right now. No one could have held them all legally responsible until now. That's why you see other countries holding other people accountable now.
You're saying all 4 years, all they could do was hold Maxwell
Yes.
accountable.
Yes.
You can only
Yes.
prosecute one person at a time.
The only people that were able to be held accountable at that time was directly those people. And then there were civil acts. That's why you see other countries holding people accountable now, and they didn't hold them accountable before.
Who else do we hold accountable that you're telling me after Maxwell was sentenced, we couldn't hold anyone else accountable for 3
How many times am I
years?
going to have to say yes?
That's a blatant lie. She's in
It's
prison.
not.
Now go after
It's not.
someone else.
It's literally not. Why could we not hold people accountable until February of 2025?
You can. It doesn't
No, you
require
cannot.
anything. You
No, you
prosecute
cannot.
criminals
No,
every
you
single
no
day.
no you could not. You're being willfully obtuse. One
Yes,
last
you
time.
can.
No. I
If
need you to
someone
put your
commits a crime,
I
you
need you to
charge
put your
them with that
listening muffs
crime.
on. I need you to put your listening muffs on.
You've
The
talked for like an
files,
hour
and you're not listening or absorbing it.
because
You're
you're
being
not
willfully
answering
obtuse.
me.
I'm answering your question. Just because you don't understand it does not mean that your
You're telling
question
me
isn't
that
being
in order
answered.
to prosecute criminals, we have to enact a new law? If someone commits a crime, you charge them with that crime. Why were there no
And
other people being charged all 3 years after she was sentenced?
It's like
because
it's
Because
called
we
a
needed
this is
some
what I
sort of
call
big
this is what I call a
law.
broken record. Or it's
Mhm.
like where we're just gonna keep going through the same point over and over again because I feel like that we've already answered this question multiple times, and I feel like you just keep
Mhm.
asking the same question. Maybe we disagree on something here, but I feel like asking the same question over and over again isn't going to yield any more productive dialogue here.
If you
Because
commit a
she's
crime, you
being
get
willfully
charged with that
obtuse.
crime.
You're being willfully obtuse as if that there was the actual ability to I'm
You're
gonna say this
literally
one last time.
excusing that they prosecuted no one
I'm gonna say
else.
this one last time just to kind of highlight it, and I'll give it back to you, Parker.
Excusing it.
The reason why no one could be legally held responsible is because the files were under grand jury investigation directly for the two people that were being prosecuted, Epstein and Maxwell. Outside of that, the files have now been
2021.
unsealed. The files have now been unsealed as of February 2025, you donut. And now, if there's any related information, i.e., that's why you see places like the UK stripping titles away from the former Prince Andrew after the Epstein Transparency Act. Because now the information is available because you have what's called a statute of limitation. Like you're being willfully obtuse about all of this stuff,
Say
and
it
you
again.
just don't want to acknowledge it because you don't have any other talking points.
Santana, you came on here the other day and did nothing but lie.
I just dog walked you on the Epstein point.
Can you name one specific lie that he engaged in?
Yeah, he said that the agreement at the Strait of Hormuz was that now we have to pay like 200 million or something to get a ship across.
Yeah, per ship. Yep.
Yeah, I'm so sure. Where did you get that from?
It was in the actual 10-point peace agreement, or not peace, ceasefire agreement, and also covered by
No, there's
multiple
no
sources.
credible.
And
There's no credible source for that.
covered by multiple sources. And
There
I
is.
posted an article from PBS, and it's been confirmed by SETCOM.
Yeah,
There's no
that's
credible source for
yeah,
that.
yes, they're actually. He just gave you PBS, and there's literally the 10-point plan. If you don't know that this was reported on, you can just say that, right? You understand that this is absolutely reputable, right? PBS is a very good source.
No. Type it into anything right now. It'll be like, no.
Well, PBS backs him up, right? You're just saying that you don't accept it. All your argument is in response is, no, I don't like that.
And then he brought in some sort of
Do you,
like
like,
Wait,
do you
wait,
see,
no,
do
no,
you
no,
see
don't
how
bring
like
It's like there was
anything that is brought
survey
up that
of
you just don't
10,000
like?
people.
Wait,
No,
anything that is brought up that you
no.
just don't like, you just choose to not accept because you just don't feel good in accepting it to be true. And that type of mentality leads to this country being significantly worse off because you're putting your feelings over the facts of what's actually best for the country.
No. I have a huge issue with the source. Like he brought up some sort of like Pew Research source.
PBS.
Pew Research.
Yeah. He was like,
And Pew Research is great as well.
They surveyed 10,000
No, she's jumping to another thing
opinion.
now. For anyone, you have an echo. For anyone that wants to see the information, the article, you can find it. It's a PBS article. The date is April the 8th at 3:53 Eastern. The title is Iran Proposal to Collect Tolls at the Strait of Hormuz Violates Trade Norms. and it talks about how that's not something that has happened before, but they are definitely collecting 2 million, not USD, because they're collecting it in yen. They specifically want the money in yen, not in dollars. But yes,
Proposed?
per
Yeah,
ship, you donut.
that was the
Iran
ceasefire
proposes a
agreement
million
that.
things.
But that was the
No one
ceasefire
cares what
agreement
Iran
that
proposes.
that's the ceasefire agreement that Trump claimed that he was accepting because of the fact that he was pulling out of his claims of wanting to completely destroy Iranian civilization.
And to be very clear, they have been collecting those fees. Like it was yes,
No.
it was a part of the proposal. Yes, they've been collecting those fees. Multiple ships have reported that they have been paying those fees to get through the Strait of Hormuz.
Is this your Pew Research?
No, that has nothing to do with Pew Research. You're conflating things because you don't know stuff.
No. I take issue when you want to have 10,000 people speak for 353 million.
What are you talking about?
So I think she's talking about probably something relating to like a statistical survey that you brought up, but she doesn't understand how
Oh,
sample sizing is going to be relevant. And actually, 10,000 is a very, very, very good sample size, right? It's
Point
actually
zero zero
really
zero zero 1%.
you don't. Okay, so then you need to take a statistics course because you'll learn that most studies specifically don't rely upon having millions of people in order to be able to come to understandings. Some can, but most of them don't.
Not even 1% of the population.
Yeah, you don't need to have the entire population, right, categorized in any of these surveys in order to be able to find accurate information. Based on your view, we don't have any polling that indicates accurate information because you haven't been polled, because most people you know haven't been polled. Okay, so you can still come to statistical understandings of what's representative of the population without polling literally everybody. You're just coming from a complete misunderstanding of how the field of statistics operates.
From a left-leaning research group.
It's not a left-leaning research
wait,
group.
exactly. Where did you get that from? You don't even know what Pew is, but now it's left leaning. Like the
It is.
Dunn and Kruger that you are exhibiting is absolutely astounding. You don't know, you didn't even know the name, but now you've determined it's left leaning.
I looked it up. I literally sat here with
Where
every,
did you
looked it up
see that it
online.
was
everything
left-leaning?
that you said and looked it up.
What told you that it was left-leaning?
The funding source.
What funding?
Pew funding.
What funding to
says-
Pew? Who
What's
funds
Pew funding?
That it has been described as left-leaning.
Who?
Where are you getting this from?
I looked it up.
Grok?
Where'd you
No,
look it up?
I looked it up.
What's your source?
What's the
your
source? Yeah.
Well, let me dig through my paper because this was days
Exactly.
ago.
Exactly.
You didn't even hear about Pew Research. How could it be within your papers? Like what?
Yeah, she
Because
didn't
he
know
said
the
it,
name.
so I looked it up. Heaven
she
forbid I
didn't
do
know.
something
So how is it
Hold
in
on.
paper? If you looked it up, you
Exactly,
looked it on the
Parker.
internet, right?
I wrote it down.
No. She didn't know the name moments ago, but apparently she
I
knew the
literally
name
said the name correctly.
days ago when she. No, you
Santana,
didn't.
she actually took multiple pages of source of notes while on the stream, while
Yes.
talking to us. Multiple pages
Okay.
of source notes, right?
Is that bad?
Physically, when we never heard her write anything.
Is that bad?
No, it's just literally illogical. Like that
Why
didn't
is that
happen. Like
illogical?
obvious. I just
I'm
explained.
supposed to take Santana for his word?
No, I'm just saying like you're right now claiming that we should take you for your word.
No, I'm claiming that 0.00001% does not speak for 353 million.
I'm sorry, but you need to go like literally take a statistics course because a statistically significant sample size would be 10,000. That is definitely statistically significant, okay? That's going to give you a high of
Exactly.
enough confidence that this is accurate insofar as that you can accept
Not
it to
even
be
close.
true. Yes, it can.
Exactly.
You don't
Also,
understand the
just
field of statistics at all if you say that.
She doesn't understand a lot, but
Out of
also
a
just
group of 100,
FYI,
I'm going to
just
interview
an
myself.
FYI, Pew Research Center actually is a 501c, and they get all of their funding from charitable donations from different philanthropists, and they also have, if you go to their site, they have a complete breakdown of where they get their funding from. So no, this is an apolitical site, and they actually just do research. You're such a donut.
Yeah, literally, Pew
apolitical
Research
site
is
that
like
has
one of
been
the top
described as
standards, by the way. I
left-leaning.
just want to clarify. Like, she is
By
saying it's
critics.
left wing in their funding, but has absolutely no source to justify this.
Mm-hmm.
And what's your source in blasphemy, Parker?
What's my
What?
source of
Yeah,
blasphemy? Like his Truth Social account that he posted, like the picture he posted.
Well, wait, Parker, don't let her run. She keeps pivoting and running when like she has nothing.
Yeah,
Like
I
this,
know, it's
I'm not
embarrassing.
running.
you are
I'm
the
looking
worst.
it up.
You're not looking anything up. You keep spamming
And you know what's
random
funny?
words.
If I had no if I had no credibility, you wouldn't have brought on another man to go 2 against 1.
I
You know
brought up
what?
Santana because he wanted to bring up something real quick. He texted
But you
me.
guys do that all the time. It's like you just hopped on Dean's to
When you
attack
say why,
Country
and why
Boy
is the fact that he's a man
because he's holding
irrelevant?
his ground.
She's pivoting, but
You
to
guys
make sure
literally do this
to
for a
make sure
living.
that
I'm just a random
to,
person.
to make sure that we're very clear, the
Okay.
reason why I requested up is because I saw my little brother running his head against the wall against someone who was being willfully obtuse, and I was trying to actually progress the conversation because sometimes it's a comprehension issue, and sometimes people just need it explained a different way. But after speaking to you, I more than now realize that you're just being willfully ignorant and you don't want to engage in good faith.
Like, regardless of whether or not you're a random person, we can still have a conversation and like see who is going to be making a true claim. You say I do this
Okay,
all the time,
but this
so
is your job, correct?
of course.
Is this your job, Santana?
No, my job is I'm a imaginary firefighter by trade.
Why are we thinking about this?
I firefight items. I fight fires at the what is it? The Dinosaur Kingdom, or the what's the guy name in Mario? Bowser Kingdom. That's what it is. I'm a
You're right.
firefighter at the Bowser Kingdom.
Okay, and is this Dean's job?
Yeah.
Yeah. So bring on 2 professionals to tag team 1 unprofessional?
I
It's
brought
not
him
our
up
fault
because
that
he
you're
wanted to bring
unprofessional.
more information. If you want me to like keep talking to you solo, like I can do that.
Bring
And
someone
I
else on
it's-
my side.
It's not because I mean, I would if there were enough MAGA to bring up multiple. I would fill the panel with MAGA and just talk to 9 MAGA if I could get enough Trump supporters on the stream, like actually. But there aren't enough of you that are actually willing to debate me
Like
that I
Country
could
Boy,
do
let's
that.
bring him on. Where's he?
Who the fuck's
not
Country Boy?
not you looking for a
You
savior.
and
Listen,
Dean were just debating him. Like
I
Dean
don't.
had to bring you in
I
because
have
he had
no
mad
clue who that
points.
is. Country
listen.
Boy? There's no Country Boy in my guest box.
I just came up here to, like I said, try to highlight a couple of things because I've spent so much time actually studying the Epstein Transparency Act, looking through a lot of files, and I know a lot about the actual history of it because I just had to do a Jubilee
So
episode
do you think
surrounding the Epstein
that our
files. That was the only reason I came up. Now Parker is going to keep dog walking you 101 because, like, professional or non-professional, you're not good at this. Like, no one needs a second person to talk to you. You just don't know.
am I
things.
trying to make this my profession?
It doesn't matter. You just don't know anything.
Okay, yeah. So thanks for your study of 10,000 people and your 200 million because you read it on one article that it was proposed.
What would be a good sample set to represent the United States of America?
More than 0.00001%.
So what would be a good sample set? How would you dictate a good sample set?
I mean, at the very least, 1%. That's not even 1%. It's not even close.
Why would you need one? What if it's 1% of the same type of group? Would that still give an indicative view of the United States of America?
No.
So we
Okay.
need to study unless the study is 3.7 million is the sample size.
Exactly.
All right, you know what? It's not going to be enough.
Also, I just want to call this out. I have a green belt in LSS, Lean Six Sigma. I absolutely have done so much actual breaking down of data, processing data, forecasting, and all this other stuff. What type of background do you have in actually processing data?
So Reuters says right now
Question.
that
No,
we
no,
have
no.
not paid
Uh,
200
can-
million and that
can-
that was
can you-
that they tried to negotiate that, but it hasn't happened.
Who said 200 million? What are you talking about?
I have no clue what she's talking about.
Okay, well
Can-
then rewind it to when I told him that he claimed we were paying 200 million per boat.
Said 2 million, you donut. 2 million.
Either way, we're not paying anything. You said that we had.
Yes, we are.
Didn't.
Yes, again, I'm not going to relitigate this point. I would just like my question answered, and then I'll back out. What type of actual background do you have when it comes to statistics, processing data, reading data, forecasting, like all of those things? What type of background do you have?
I don't have. I'm not a data analysis person. I have a degree.
So, have you ever done data analysis?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So when doing a data analysis for a study, what's a good sample set for a study?
Not 0.00001%.
You keep saying what it's not. I need you to answer what's a good sample set for a study.
So you need me to like pull out a book for you?
I need you to tell me what would be indicative of a good sample set for a study.
A good cross section of the group.
So what does that mean?
Like a diverse cross section of the group with
Perfect.
with a significant amount.
Perfect. So if this study that was completed by Pew had over 10,000 participants of people who were registered Democrats, Republicans, Independents, people of every single race, people of every single tax bracket, would that not be a good representation of the United States of America with that sample set?
No.
She
10,000 is
just doesn't
not
know how
enough.
things work. She just doesn't know how things work. Okay.
10,000 is not enough.
Okay. Cool.
Can you tell me what a
I'm gonna-
confidence interval is? Who can say where the road goes, where
was
the
listening.
day goes?
Can
I
you
was
give me
listening
a
to
for the 2
I was
million?
listening. I already did.
PBS?
Yes, I gave you the source, the title, and I told you how much they're collecting and what currency they're collecting it in. You know, it's funny. I was watching the other day, and I had you on speaker, and my wife heard you singing. She was like, "Is Parker singing?" I was like, "Yeah." When he starts singing, you know the guest is cooked. Like you know they're cooked when he starts singing.
Yeah, if I start singing, you know I'm talking to someone who's got some interesting takes.
Yeah.
Alrighty, have a few people to thank everyone.
Yep, and the PBS article says proposed, not confirmed.
Did you read the article, you donut? Or did you read the title? Are you being a headline hoochie? Don't do that. You got to read the entire article. Go to the bottom and look at the actual collection of the fees as far as how they're collecting it. And then we can also go to I can give you sources of other actual ships reporting they have paid the fee to go through the Strait of Hormuz.
No. We're going to go with your source.
And Donald Trump,
and your
and
source
Donald
doesn't
Trump
say
even,
that.
yeah, it did. It's at the
No, it
bottom.
doesn't. I'm looking at it right now.
What does it
says
say at the bottom?
proposed.
You're reading the title. What does it say? Again, you're reading the title. Don't be a headline hoochie. Read the whole thing. Go to the bottom. Sorry, you were about to thank some people, Parker.
Oh, yeah. Dolores, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much. Jay, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I have heard about that. It's absolutely so sad. Abby, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Rushing, thank you so much for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you very much. Jordan with the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I get you there. And probably at this point, it's even later. But Jordan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mackenzie, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you. I have some people to thank over on YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get out to more people as always. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes, everybody. 2,000 likes if we can. We're actually right about to get to 1,000. Let's try to get to 1,500, actually. Let me go check real quick. Villa, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. MY, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. May, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you very much. Trey, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you very much. And for the $10, thank you very much. Renegade, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. That's very true. Mo, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. Linnell, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Jackal, thank you for the $2. Dila, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Mo, thank you for the $2. Adam, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll have to make sure to look. It must be an accident. Tsunami, thank you so much for the $5. And Dom, thank you for the €2. Thank you very much. All right, I'm completely caught up. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everyone.
A couple of quick ones for me. Janice, thank you so much for the 5. Yeah, we are going to need a bigger pot for this cooking. And also, yeah, I'll make sure to get that question to her. Margaret, thank you so much for the 5. I'm sorry, the 25. Holy smokes. Thank you. Thank you, Sandra, for the $5. And I think Big Sis, it really is that no, this can't be Christine. No, like I don't think she would do that. And also, Harold, thank you so much for the $20 donation. And as a statistician, I believe random people over all stats. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. I'm going to read this really quick, and then Parker, I'll let you have her. Hey, Big Sis, come back. Can you hear this? Can Vic says come back? Okay, perfect. This is like again. That's why I said, have you read it? This is one of the actual paragraphs that's listed in the actual source I gave you. It says Iran has already begun charging vessels passage through the strait. Like literally, it's in bold words in the middle of the source that I gave you. But if you go down to the third paragraph under that section, it says the ships were told to divert from the middle of the strait. Iran and I think that's Omanian territorial waters instead of the detour around the Iran Lakeler Island. After delivering detailed information on the crew and the cargo, intermediaries of Iran Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, some vessels were allowed to proceed, and at least 2 of them have reported to pay the equivalent of 2 million Chinese yuan. So yeah, it's in the source. Anyway, you're cooked. You're disingenuous. You have nothing, and I'm gonna go ahead and let
Literally
Parker
making that
finish.
up.
So you can find it. It's Parker. Can I just 2 seconds, really quick,
Yeah,
if you
go
don't
ahead.
mind? Can I get the big screen? I'm gonna flip my camera. Can I get the big screen just for a second?
Gotcha.
What does that say? What does
I
that
see
say?
Liz.
What does that say? What does that say right here?
I
What is
see
it? What is that?
Maruli.
What's that? Am I making that up? Wait. Am I making this up right here? Am I
Show
making
me
that
where
up?
it says that we paid, not
What does that say?
sources.
What does that
I
say?
want confirmed reports, confirmed that we paid.
You're cooked.
Who's the
You're
2?
cooked.
Who's the
You're
2?
cooked. You're cooked.
Is
You're
it
cooked.
us?
Oh my God, you're cooked.
Your article
Anyway.
didn't say that we paid 2 million.
Anyway, like I said, they've been
2
collecting
ships
2
reported
million.
it, not
They've been
ours.
collecting. No, I
Hearsay.
said that they're collecting 2 million per vessel coming through the strait. And Donald Trump got so mad about it that he put out a Truth Social telling them to stop. Like Donald Trump literally told them to stop because he was so mad. Anyway, Parker, she's deep fried. You can, saute or
No.
serve
You
her
said
however
that
you
we're
want.
paying them 2
I
million
appreciate
per
you having me
ship.
up, bro.
Appreciate
I'll
you.
see you.
Always good to see you. I also have some more
Yeah.
people to thank over on PayPal, everyone. I literally didn't see the notifications from earlier. I need to catch up. Monovan, thank you so much for the purchase of these $6. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? They literally just won't say it, but thank you very much. Faith, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. Deborah, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Give some W's for Deborah in the comment section right now. Thank you very much, and for the kind words. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Justina, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, and I totally get you there. Thank you so much, Justina. I try my hardest on that one. Thank you very much. Christopher as well, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much, Christopher. Harold, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Harold. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yoshua, thank you for the $1. The live schedule is probably for tomorrow morning at like 9 a.m. Pacific time. Ashley, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much for keep doing what you're doing. You find a great balance. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Ashley in the comment section, and also for another $50. Thank you so much, Ashley. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Ashley in the comment section right now. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much, Ashley. Michaela, thank you so much for purchasing the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. As well as Isabel, thank you so much for the $1. I'm kind of waiting to see who gets the most support. I'm really cool with like whoever has like the most support. It's either going to be Becerra, Steyer, or one of the top leading candidates. That's seemingly who is leading the polls right now. My F1, thank you so much. Really appreciate the membership subscription. Alrighty. Go ahead. You were back to making your point. Hello?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah. No. He said we're paying 2 million per ship. Now he's saying some random ship said they paid 2 million yen.
Yeah,
Which
so
I don't even
he
know what
gave
the
an example of the
conversion is at that
10-point
time.
plan, and then he also specifically mentioned how people were paying the fee.
And the only thing that was confirmed when that agreement came out was that we would stay there and that they would open up.
But this isn't really
Ships
working.
going through.
We're still at war with them because they've closed the Strait of Hormuz again.
Did someone just say 2 million yen? Does anyone know the conversion?
You can look it up later, but like, can you just engage with that point? Plus, like, I guess
Which
let me just make a point broadly. Like a point broadly that would be relevant is that Donald Trump has made conditions worse by starting a war with Iran. Right? We've met none of our objectives. Right? We had more objectives met under the JCPOA, which didn't send us to war, and that's the agreement that Obama set up that Trump pulled us out of. right? There's nothing that Trump gets. Why do you support Trump's actions, given that they've actually made
It
conditions
just
worse
started.
off for our negotiation with Iran?
It just started. You need to give it time.
It's been a month and 3 weeks.
If you're calling it a war, which it hasn't been defined as yet, but if you're calling it
The
a
Trump
war,
administration calls
it
it a
needs
war.
at least 60 days.
The Trump administration calls it a war.
Okay, but I'm saying enough time has not passed to evaluate whether or not it's been a success.
Okay, well, obviously, I think it's not a success if clearly we haven't led to any better conditions yet, and we had better conditions met under the JCPOA, which didn't even send us to war.
$12,000?
What?
Bring Santana back in, for the love of God.
What about 12,000? They're saying
The
that's a conversion.
conversion of 2 million yen is $12,600. Yen.
Do you understand there's a distinction between yen and the won?
I'm saying what his article said, what he showed us.
Yeah, so
It
are you
equates to
referencing the yen or are
$12,000.
you referencing the won?
I'm saying that the conversion on that was $12,000.
Yeah, for the yen or the won?
But when he was on your show, Parker, he was like, no, we're paying
I don't think
$2
you know what you're
million.
trying to compare. Okay, so
Like,
whatever.
why do you keep bringing him on? Honestly, like,
'Cause he's
like,
a friend.
Yes, you have some credibility. He has none.
he's a friend.
But even when he was talking, you were staring off like, wait, is this right?
No,
Not today,
I was
when he did it days ago.
either reading something or looking something up. If that was specifically me, quote unquote, staring at my screens, my monitors, I was looking at one of those. I could have been looking at the chat,
No, you were like looking up.
looking up,
Not that high.
like there. If I was
Like
looking
leaned
here or
back,
something,
like
that means I'm
looking up
looking at
when
the
he was
screen.
talking, you were like, wait, is this true? I don't know. Fuck it. Let's just go with it because he says it is. I don't know.
No, I don't think I did that with a single point that he brought up. I think that's you
Not today,
looking for
days
things that didn't
ago.
actually happen. Okay, so I don't know what
I
days
just
ago
think
thing
that it
you're
does not help
referencing.
your credibility.
Okay, I don't care if you think it helps or doesn't help my credibility.
Don't you care?
No, I don't give a shit.
Isn't your goal to convert me?
But I think I can do that regardless of that specific point, right? I
Okay,
think
but
I think
not-
me bringing
when
up
he- when he
Santana was
comes on, it's like a
specifically for
step
him to bring
backwards.
information and because he specifically wanted to come up and he's one of my friends, so of course I'm gonna allow him up.
Right, but your cause is to convert me, right?
Yeah, but like if I can't convert you,
Right.
that's okay. I obviously think that at this point, it's not just to convert you. It's obviously to convince people in the who are listening, right, and also provide facts for people who are listening.
Your comment section is just filled with people who already love you, so that's not going to invoke change.
That's not true. Right? There are plenty of people in the comment section that disagree with me. There are plenty of people in the comment section that are apolitical or independent. Right? And also, by the way, in terms of the comment section might be reflective of people who have more specifically set opinions. Right? People who are just listening will have less set opinions and won't be commenting as much.
Okay, but if we want to invoke change, which is the goal, right? We don't just feed the people that are already on our side, correct? So if the point is to invoke change, one, the three of you, which God, I don't even want to include Santana on that list, but the three of you are going to have to actually engage in dialogue that is going to be eye-opening. So when you bring in someone else to tag team a person this is not my profession, it makes you guys look weak. And I don't think you're a weak person, but I mean, I do think Dean is, but whatever, he's just emotional. However, and I don't appreciate the name calling, but if you guys actually want to invoke change, there's some things that have to end. The tag teaming has to end. The name calling.
So I
has to
can't
end.
invite in my friends to bring more information. How about this? You're not running my platform. I run my platform. I don't give a flying fuck about how you want me to run my platform. If you want to run your platform a certain way, make your own live stream. This is Parker's platform. Parker runs Parker's platform how Parker wants to run his platform. And if you don't like it, leave. You can swipe onto any other live stream that exists on the internet. There's a million other live streams. Go to any of those ones. We're in Parker's live stream. If you want it to operate a different way, too bad. I don't give a shit. Okay. Now, can you give me an actual argument? If you think it's a waste of time, leave. I don't give a shit. I've spent an hour and 30 minutes engaging in a conversation with you, and you're crashing out because I added up one of my friends to bring in literally relevant information because he wanted to come up on my stream. I don't give a shit, right? Like genuinely, if you care, but so bad that I'm bringing up one of my friends to bring in more information on the stream, you think it's quote unquote tag teaming so bad. How about you find 10 of your friends who are MAGA and literally tell me all of their account names, and I'll debate all of you at once. Bring 10 MAGA. If you have
For real?
friends that will debate me and they're all MAGA, I'll debate every single one of them at once. Please provide them. If I could, again, I already told you like this. If I could bring up an entire panel of 10 MAGA, right? Because I could actually meaningfully find them in a shorter period of time, I would do that. And I would debate them all at once. There's no issue there. Bring all the professional MAGA that you got. There's not a single MAGA that will actually be able to stand up with facts and reality to any meaningful extent. Okay? MAGA is not serious. If I were trying to actually get super hard debates or something like that, right? If that were the goal, right? I wouldn't be talking to MAGA. I know that I'm going to be talking to MAGA, that they're going to be less understanding of things. But the reason why I'm doing this is to convince people broadly in society, bring more information, reduce the level of misinformation that exists, right? Provide good argumentation. These are the broader goals, okay? I
And
already know
Country
that MAGA is
Revival
not
is
going to be
not
able to
requesting?
uphold. What's up?
Country Revival is not requesting.
Okay. Who's Country Revival?
He's MAGA.
Okay. You sure? Is he one of your friends?
Mm-hmm.
What's his name again?
Country Revival.
Country Revival. There's not a single account named Country Revival in my box.
Country Revival 68.
Not a single account in my box that has mentioned that.
And not iMAGA?
Nope, not there either.
Brian?
Brian is not in the box either, but he's a literal passport bro, and he's not even here. Santana, that's a troll. That's not even the person too. When you click on the account, that's not the same username as well. But yeah, I don't know what person you're talking about. You're just looking at the box or looking at the chat and trying to find people. If you can find friends that you know and you've vetted to be MAGA, I'll talk to you guys. No issues
Well,
with
I
that.
can't do that unless I exit out of here.
Well, I meant at any point in time, if you want to come up on a future day and specifically bring up 1 million of your friends, I'll debate all of you at once. I have no issue with that. Bring as many friends as you want. I'll fill up literally the entire box, as many as I can fill up with your MAGA friends. And I'll debate
We'll
every single
see.
one of you at once.
I don't even need everyone. At least make it 2-on-1 like you and Dean try to do all the time.
We literally just like to do streams together because it's fun, okay? We don't need each other's help in order to be able to debate people. We debate people solo all the time.
Country Revival was literally dog walking him, and he was like, Parker, please come help.
No, I actually told him I'm in your box, okay? Because I told him I was going to join near the end of his stream earlier today, like literally at noon. It has nothing to do with, Dean texts me and is like, Parker, I'm losing this debate. I need help. That's not what's happening. It's literally, that's the point I happened to get on to the stream because I finished eating, right? And it was near the end of the stream. And then I was going to start my stream after.
Okay.
Like, we do this literally all the time. This isn't like a new thing.
Okay, I have to feed my family, but I will be back.
Okay, bring your MAGA friends.
I will.
Adam, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I totally got you. Thank you very much. W's for Adam in the comment section. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Alrighty. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Candace, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you very much. Yotsup, how old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go into the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. To give us a quick second. Let's see how long it's going to take to find any MAGA. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're simply just looking for some debates, everybody. So if you do not meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, please do not send a guest request.
Holy, that took forever. Jeez.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter.
I feel like the Trump. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Shrek, thank you so much for really pushing the $5. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's go on this next individual, everybody. Do you just give us a quick second? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
August.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just don't believe you. Let's go to the next individual. Valorous, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Or Valerie, 30. Thank you very much. You said how old?
30.
Do you support Trump?
30. Yes.
What's your birth year?
July 24th,
Yeah, birth year.
1995.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what year did you graduate high school?
2018.
That made no sense. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. I also think they're trolling, obviously. So let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, my bad.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do you send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump? Oh, you can't do that on the stream. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next individual. Only do you send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, do give it a quick second, everyone. Emmy, thank you, by the way, for the $1. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. And Lynn, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh my gosh, yeah, that's very brutal. I'm sorry I had to deal with that. Those debates are definitely pretty insane. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual, everybody. We'll see if we can get some MAGA support up here to debate. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next individual up here to give it a quick second, everyone. It's taking a minute, everyone, because the Trump supporters are seemingly scared to debate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Oh, you said hello as soon as I kicked you. You can send a guest request back, and I'll try to bring you back up.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
July.
Okay.
24th.
Election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Multiple reasons, but I really wanted to talk about the Iran situation and why I support how he's handled that, especially in the past year.
Okay. What about it?
I just think that limiting Iran's global influence, especially in the Middle East, is beneficial to the United States. And I think that the means by which he's carried that out, especially through Israel, which I believe is one of our greatest allies, I support that.
Okay. What objectives have we met?
What objectives have we met? I would say with his objective, like with what his intentions are, is for long-term solutions, especially ensuring that the U.S. pays less tariffs on goods regulated through the Strait of Hormuz. But I also, you know about JCPOA, right?
We pay tariffs to the Strait of Hormuz. What are you talking about?
Do you know about the JCPOA, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I also hope that a lot of the sanctions that were lifted because of the JCPOA, I hope that this will encourage other Western countries to
Okay. Can I tell you
continue
something?
sanctioning Iran. Yeah,
If a country places a tariff on your country, that country's consumers pay the tariff, not us.
that country's consumers pay the tariff.
Yeah. So if they place a tariff on products going through the
No,
Strait of Hormuz,
I'm talking on like
that would be
American
paid by their
companies.
consumers, not by us.
No, you're arguing that because you would say the cost of production gets inherently greater. But I'm talking about tariffs in which, or just
What are
increased
tariffs?
shipping
They're a
costs.
tax on an imported good, right?
Yeah,
Okay, if it's a tax on an imported good, where would that good have been imported?
but I'm talking about things that are exported towards the United States through the Strait of Hormuz, which means that if you have increased rate of shipping,
Not much of oil export or distributed through the Strait of Hormuz goes to the U.S. And even so, that isn't going to be tariffed.
yeah, but
That
if
makes
you
no sense.
even if you increase shipping costs, this affects the global market, which inevitably
Yeah,
affects the United States. So it doesn't matter if there are goods being shipped in and out of the United States through the strait,
yeah, I understand, but
inevitably
that's
because it
because of the
increases
fact
the
that the
global
Strait of
market.
Hormuz has been closed. So that's because of Trump's policies.
I don't think it is.
Yeah, it is because this war with Iran caused the Strait of Hormuz to be closed.
Okay, and what's the issue with that?
That causes global oil prices to go up, therefore reducing the available supply to consumers of oil here in the United States, increasing prices here in the US.
Did you realize the fraction of oil that American consumers buy is incredibly small from the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I just explained that the price going up here in the US is because American distributors are selling it to other countries around the world where the prices are higher so they can make more money, reducing the available supply here in the United States, which increases the price here in the US.
Which inevitably brings money back to American oil companies.
To the oil companies, not to the consumers in this country. So it comes from people specifically who are consumers and lower and middle income individuals disproportionately, and it's going to the rich and wealthy oil companies. So, I mean, it's great for oil companies, but not great for the average American.
No, but the truth is it's going up because of price gouging. It's
Well,
completely
price gouging
unrelated
is a
to the
part of
trade.
it, of course.
Yeah, but you don't think that's a major component that prices
But the price
prices
gouging
have
has been
gone up?
allowed to happen to a greater extent because of the fact that Donald Trump has started this war with Iran, causing the Strait of Hormuz to be closed. So, like, that's the reason.
No, I think that
It is.
I don't think it is because
That's dishonest.
how does a conflict facilitate price gouging if they know that price gouging is inevitably
Because
going to
they're
be
using the circumstances of disaster, of lack of distribution of oil around the world, in order to literally take advantage of the fact that people are expecting higher prices.
So you just admitted that the conflict. So you think that any conflict globally, there's no purpose in determining how it actually caused the global market to increase prices because you think there'll just be price gouging anyways.
I think both things are relevant to analyze.
So, but I think that shouldn't we just address the problem of price gouging as opposed to how the conflict? Because I think
Couldn't you
can
do both? Because I think that if you didn't go into the conflict in the first place, you would have addressed both.
No, I think we should just enforce regulations.
Plus,
that
I have
say
a question. Who had policies to address price gouging? Kamala Harris or Trump?
Kamala Harris or Trump, both.
Kamala Harris is the one with price gouging policies to address these things. Trump didn't for this at all, especially
Yeah, but
groceries.
Kamala Harris is a terrible candidate. But
Okay, can you name one policy you disagree with her on?
the CHIPS Act.
Okay, so name one provision within the CHIPS Act that you disagree with.
Raising income tax.
It didn't raise income tax.
Or sorry, the Inflation Reduction Act.
The Inflation Reduction Act did not
Yeah,
raise
but
income tax.
it raised interest rates. It raised interest rates, though.
No, it doesn't. Interest rates
Yes,
are
it does.
affected by the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, and they increased interest rates.
The Inflation Reduction Act had no effect on interest rates. The Inflation Reduction Act was also deficit reducing. Did you know that?
So the Inflation Reduction Act was deficit reducing.
Mm-hmm.
Like the federal deficit.
You're cutting out when you swipe out of the app. It is deficit reducing. Yeah, it reduced the federal deficit.
In which way? In which way, man?
Because it raised more revenue, because they put more funding into the IRS to ensure that the law was enforced.
Put more funding into the IRS to make sure the law was enforced. How does putting more funding into the IRS increase enforcement?
The IRS enforces tax law.
Yeah,
Putting more funding into the IRS increases their ability to enforce tax laws.
No, because we already know that there was so much fraud occurring with the IRS. That's why Doge cut a bunch of all these employees.
That makes literally no sense. What fraud with the IRS?
People who were literally doing nothing. They sent a survey to people in the IRS. What did you do this week? And like a bunch of them couldn't even name a single thing.
Provide a single source of this.
Provide a single source of this? Literally just look it up. Look it up. It's in Doge documents.
What's the source?
Well, I don't want to get out the tab. Just look up Doge documents. They ask employees.
So I don't accept just saying Doge said this as a source. I need an actual legitimate source. If you'd like to go find it, go for it. Because Doge failed. It spent more money than it actually saved.
That doesn't mean that it's an illegitimate source when they publish this.
I mean, they're pretty illegitimate. They would lie about a bunch of different names or numbers in terms of the amount of fraud that they were saving, and it was all proven to be false.
You could say they were an illegitimate organization, but not an illegitimate source when they said this.
Both. They're both.
I mean, I don't like Elon Musk that much, so I probably agree with you.
Okay.
On that. But what were we talking about again?
Yeah, you were trying to argue that we were paying tariffs through the Strait of Hormuz or something.
Oh, yeah, I like your content, Parker.
That's what I thought you were. Let's go to the next individual.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Let's go to this next individual, everybody. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Harold, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm not quite sure what you're referencing there, Harold. Let's go to the next individual. And do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
I don't support Trump, but I'd take him over.
What? Okay. Plus, they had an echo anyway. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do you just give us a quick second, everybody? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Don't fuck with Trump, but I don't support men in the women's bathroom. That's
okay. So let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
We are Charlie Cook.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2004.
And what month?
September.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. I might just start blocking people who don't meet that criteria. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Just to let you know, both sides are corrupt.
Okay, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
2002, March.
Okay. Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Bankai, Katen Kyokots, Karamat Shinju.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are
I
you?
cooked you yesterday, bro. You can't debate, bro.
I'm pretty sure I cooked the shit out of you.
No, you didn't, bro. What are you talking about?
I did. You came back today because you were so butthurt after the fact that I just destroyed you.
I mean, no. I'm not actually butthurt. I think you are, to be honest.
So then why did you just feel the need to come back onto my stream to say that?
You know,
It sounded
I
like you
just
felt like you needed validation, and the fact
just
that you
reminded
won when you
me.
clearly felt like you lost internally.
No, I'm just reminding you on how you got your ass kicked in the
Can you
debate.
name one point you beat me on?
There's a lot.
Such as?
Something that I lost count. I beat you in a.
You can't
lot of
name
points
anything
on-
in specific?
Yeah, because I lost count of how many times I beat you.
So you are lost, right?
Well, yeah. I
Yeah,
guess.
clearly.
If that's how you want to if that's how you want to put it, then yeah.
Funny. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
And what's your birth month?
October.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
So the reason that I support Trump is nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Oh, they literally joined as soon as I kicked them. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. That person literally has a code in their name. I'm going to kick them. Let's go to the next person. Alrighty, do you give us a quick second, everyone? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I did not mean to join this. My fault.
You're good. Boston, thank you so much for the hand hearts. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting, dude. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Do give us a quick second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker.
Do you support Trump?
30. Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
So I talked to you about, I don't know, 8 months ago about immigration.
Okay.
And so I watched some of your videos. So clearly you haven't changed your mind about, the undocumented immigrants.
Yeah.
I just think, I don't know, I just want you to acknowledge the fact that, when people come here, they need to come here, legally, and they need to be documented.
Well, I mean, I would like to ensure that more people are documented and more people do go through the legal process. But I think that includes providing a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. I think that makes the legal process better off. And I think that incentivizes people to go through said legal process.
I think it's the other way around. Whenever you say that you want to make you want to give a legal pathway to citizenship to undocumented immigrants, what kind of message are you sending to those people who are who want to go to America? I think that will do the opposite. People are going to come here illegally because they know if they come here illegally, undocumented, they're going to they're going to be given a pathway to citizenship, which is really dumb. You don't see that?
I don't see that to be an issue, because it's a short-term thing to be able to make the legal process go quicker. Because we're doing mass amnesty along with making the legal process go quicker. So we're saying for people who are already in the country undocumented, this is the criteria that you're going to be able to get access to, and that'll be able to happen immediately. And they will immediately identify themselves to authorities because the legal process will ensure that they're treated better. So it's just to ensure better vetting processes. I don't see what the issue is with that.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, you don't remember, but
Do you think immigration is bad?
I am, huh?
Do you think immigration is bad for our economy or for society at all?
No, I'm an immigrant. That's why I was trying to tell you, like, you don't remember because it's been so long, but like I'm an immigrant. I moved here legally. So like I really don't see why like people would just walk through the border illegally and then they're giving a pathway to citizenship. I have so many friends, they did their masters and PhD here, and then they don't really have the what do you call it? Like they have to wait for a much longer time to be able to apply for a green card, while someone who
They shouldn't have to.
comes here. Yeah, I know, but that's not the ideal scenario right now, right? And it's not going to be.
I mean, the
an
ideal scenario is that they have a
for-
quicker legal process. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. So while everybody is going through, is experiencing this long, process, and then you guys are advocating for undocumented immigrants and giving them a pathway to citizenship. That's just so unfair. Like I don't know why you cannot see that from our perspective. Just
No.
so wrong.
I don't see that. And also, many immigrants disagree with you. So I don't know why you're using your status as an immigrant to try to superimpose this particular belief. I don't find that particularly convincing at all.
What do you mean? Many immigrants disagree with me on what?
Many immigrants think that the legal process should be made quicker, and that it's specifically undocumented immigrants who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes should be given that quick legal process where they don't have to leave the country. I know legal
agree with the
immigrants in
first
which
part.
specifically do agree with that exact plan. So using your status as an immigrant to dispute my position isn't actually relevant, because I can just refer to people specifically who are immigrants who do have these views. Michael, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you very much.
I agree with the first part. The part where the legal process needs to be quicker. Because it's ridiculous how long it takes for people to get here, especially for family members. But I generally don't agree with the fact that illegal aliens are giving a pathway to citizenship, because you really don't know anything about them. They're undocumented and they came here through
The
illegal
pathway
channels.
includes a vetting process.
Yeah, but like,
So
how
you
do
will know who they are. They're going through a vetting process. That's what the pathway to citizenship includes.
Okay. Are you, Parker, are you happy that the fact that there is like basically like zero illegal crossing at the border?
I think that the process that Trump has caused to create those conditions is bad. So no, I'm not happy, because I don't think it actually materially benefits us at all. I think immigration actually is very positive towards our country. So I don't like this whole idea of, zero border crossings is the most preferable condition. No, I think that's really ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm not saying that immigration is not good for America. Like, you have to understand, you have to see from my perspective. Like, I'm an immigrant. Of course, I support immigration, but I support legal immigration. The fact that any person who cannot answer yes, it's a good thing for America, as a society as a whole, is in my mind, like crazy. Like, why would you even disagree with the fact that there's like basically zero illegal crossing at the border? Why is it a bad thing?
I'm sorry. Zero illegal crossings is like a completely made up number.
Basically, like, well, let's say not zero, then minimum. Like,
Well, the
you
Trump
don't really
administration
see-
claims zero. Do you think that's a lie?
I don't know, but I don't see those people cramming into the border under like the way that they did under.
Yeah, so less people. So by the way, let me clarify. Less people want to come to our country. Isn't it like a
I don't know.
standard
I don't know
that
if
people
that's
were
the true
using to
and-
say
and
that
wait-
California is bad? They're like, oh, people are leaving California. That means California is bad. But then, like, when people are leaving this country and people aren't coming to this country as much, that's good.
I don't know. I don't know if it's true that it's because Trump closed the border, or because people just don't want to come to America anymore. I don't know which one is the case, but I'm happy that there's no illegal crossing, or at least not as many. And I think
Okay,
you as
but, like,
American, as
how
a
have you been
patriot, you should be
materially
happy
benefited?
You should be happy about that as well.
How have you been materially benefited?
I think I'm not talking about me specifically. I'm talking about American as
How
a
has
society,
America
like
been
as a whole.
materially benefited?
I don't know, like people like Lake and Riley's family, people like that, or just from a legal perspective, America's law should be respected because it's a country.
I don't know
So
why you brought
I
up Lake
really
and
don't
Riley's
think
family. Like, Lake and Riley doesn't come back to life because of the fact that Trump put these policies in.
you say the way you perceive illegal documents, illegal people. You say that because they don't really affect you directly, but I think your stand on immigration would be a little bit different, if Lincoln really was your sister or something like that. And
No, it wouldn't,
I'm
because I
saying
would
this.
acknowledge that you can't make a generalized claim about undocumented immigrants because one undocumented immigrant did something. The same way that you wouldn't make a generalized claim about citizens because one citizen did something.
Yeah, but those things could have been avoided if there was more, if the administration back then was more strict with
You say you say it could have been avoided. Okay, well then, what specifically? Let me ask you this question: do you blame Trump for Molly Tibbetts dying?
I don't know what that is. I'm sorry.
Molly Tibbetts, she died under the Trump administration.
For what?
By an undocumented immigrant. It happened under the Trump administration. So do you blame? Do you blame Trump?
You mean her case is like
This
what's
happened
her
under
name
his
again?
first administration. Do you blame Trump because she died under Trump's administration?
I blame whoever let the illegal aliens in. It doesn't matter Trump or what,
You said if it happened under the administration, you blame them, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you blame the Trump administration because this happened under Trump's administration. Why didn't they prevent this?
Did that person came through under Trump administration?
I would have to look back specifically for that individual case. But the reality of the matter is that it happened.
Look it up, Parker. What if that person
sir,
came
but the
through
reality of the matter is that
Biden?
it happened under Trump's administration. The point that you brought up that was relevant was that just because it happened under the administration means you should blame that administration for it. They should have prevented this. So then I can ask the question.
Restate.
What's that?
I said, let me restate that. Whoever came here illegally and which administration.
So let me
let them
clarify.
in,
There are
they're
individuals
responsible.
that came under Trump's administration that did come undocumented under Trump's administration that then unalived people. That did happen. Do you blame Trump for those situations? Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
Yes,
I
you do?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So then, then you'd have to compare the nominal level of people killed under each administration by undocumented immigrants, and then you're just going to blame them based upon that. So, have you looked at that data?
No, but I know the data that the fact that there is the amount of people who cross the border illegally has decreased dramatically, and that is a fact. And I like that. As someone who came here illegally, as someone,
But you're not actually giving any good reason for it. You're not showing any material benefit.
You need material. So here's the thing. I have a question. I want to get my parents here, and the process right now for them will take roughly 3 to 4 years. What would your suggestion for them to do? Like, do they need to go through the legal process, or do you suggest them to go to Mexico and then cross the border into America? Which one would you have them do, Parker?
So I would tell people to go through the legal process because I think that they would be treated better through the legal process, but it takes too long. So in individual circumstances where people choose specifically to do that, I don't think that they should be punished for it. I think they should be given a quick legal process where they don't have to leave the country.
See, this is the message that you're sending to people. This is the message that Democrats are telling people.
Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers.
We'll get to
you know that, right? Donald Trump
talking
said he
about
would
immigration
pardon
right now,
any
Parker.
person on his administration that committed a crime. So this whole argument that you're trying to make of, oh, the Biden administration is okay with criminals. They're so nice to criminals. They allow for more people to commit crimes is ridiculous when the Trump administration literally is pardoning every single person on their administration or within 200 feet of the White House that commits a crime. When they've pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots. Like, I'm sorry, you can't overlook those things. He's pardoned the ex-president of Honduras who... What's up?
why are you pivoting to something that we're not even talking about? That we're not even there yet. We're talking about immigration.
Yeah, I'm talking about things that specifically they have intentionally done that have promoted, right, certain crimes to be committed. Because one, I just want you to know this is my personal position, not even the Democratic position.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about right now.
So we're not talking about your
immigration.
support for Trump?
Yes, we are, but that's a different subject that we're not there yet, and I don't support that.
But you understand why I brought it up, right? Can you describe to me what I just said about why I brought it up?
Yeah, you said they don't really care about people who commit crime. They treat people differently.
Yeah, so the whole argument that you're saying that you care about the law being enforced, you care about crime, right, would mean that you would have to view it from an overall perspective, not just seemingly your own personal perspective on how you think Democrats did this. Because again, Democrats do still want to secure the border. They still wanted to criminalize undocumented entry. We're just talking about my certain position on this.
Then why the hell there were like so many people, tens of thousands of people pouring into the border daily
Because of
under
economic
Biden?
insecurity that existed all around the world due to globalized inflation.
Yeah, I heard you talking about this to basically everybody, and it seems to me it's so ridiculous of an excuse because the country with the most powerful military with the
Okay, what policy did Biden pass that caused more immigration?
I don't know, but they let them in.
Wait, be
My
specific.
point is
Wait, they let them in due to what policy?
No,
Due to what, sir? Due to what policy?
Let me finish. I
What
wasn't finished. I wasn't
policy?
done.
I don't care. What policy?
The fact that they just let them in. Do you need a policy for that?
Yeah, you need a policy that they did to cause that. Otherwise, you're just yapping, my guy.
I'm not yapping. Isn't it?
You
Isn't
are
the
yapping.
fact that thousands of people came through the border?
Yeah, but what did they do to cause that? You said they allowed them in the country. Like, that's an intentional thing that they chose to do. So what did they do to cause that?
I think their position was just like you know, like, oh, everybody's welcome here, you know?
No,
Like,
I
please come in.
explained to you earlier how we have a different position.
I don't know. I don't like the fact that they let that happen. That situation could have
You
been
keep saying this,
avoided,
but like, what policy did they pass that caused this?
you don't need a policy.
Okay,
Their
so you don't know.
Their stand on immigration is soft. I have never heard.
Yeah,
I
like
have
what
never
what
heard-
specifically on
Let me
immigration did they
finish.
do? Because they still wanted to criminalize undocumented entry.
Yes. Let me finish.
Okay.
I have never heard anything like the way Harris or Biden talk about immigration like the way Trump did. Okay, so like Trump has been advocating for a safe border. Like you cannot come here illegally. Trump has been saying that for a long time. I've never heard Harris or Biden, they acted tough on immigration.
Bipartisan border bill. Donald Trump said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails." That would have secured the border and would have made the legal process go quicker.
Okay, so a different question, Parker.
Can you
Who
address what I
deserves-
just said specifically?
Yeah, but I'm not familiar with that on that subject.
Okay, but
What's
this is
the
something
border
that Donald
bill?
Trump said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails," because he tried and called people in Congress to undermine that very bill. So you can't say the
Isn't he
Democrats
always
didn't care
been-
about the border when actively they tried to pass policy, and Trump undermined it because he didn't want the Democrats to get a win on the border.
So you're saying that he's been contradicting himself, like he wants a secure border, but then he blocks Democrats' bill to have a safe border. Is that
Yeah,
what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the name of the act of the policy?
Bipartisan border bill.
Okay, I'll have to look it up later.
You can
on
also look up
because-
"Blame it on me if the border bill fails," because that's exactly what Trump said.
Okay. Do you think he deserves some credits for securing the border right now?
No. Because I don't think his
Wow.
policy is good on it. I think his immigration
dude.
policy is horrible.
My dude, I heard you were talking about, how you can see things differently, like if the Republicans, if they do something good, you would be like, okay, yeah, that's good. If Democrats do something bad, you would call it out too. But
Yeah,
right
so
now,
I don't think
clearly,
that this is a
you
good
said
policy.
he doesn't deserve any credits for it.
Yeah, because I don't think it's a good policy. You give credit to someone for something good, right?
Yeah, the fact that
Or
there are
something bad, I
no
guess, but you're
illegal
trying to portray it
crossing,
in a positive light here.
the fact that the illegal crossing are down dramatically, you don't think he deserves any credits for it?
No, because I don't think that's a goal that we should be trying to look for. The goal should be trying to make the legal process quicker. The goal should be trying to facilitate more legal immigration and trying to reduce the amount of people who are initially coming into the country undocumented in the very first place through the means of allowing them to go through the legal process rather than deporting them or creating such bad conditions where they don't want to come to our country in the first place. I don't know, I think it's way more preferable to allow for more immigration, which is beneficial to our society, and it's very, very fundamental to our culture.
I 100% agree with what you have just said there, but I think you're talking about two different things. I would love the legal process to go quicker, but that's a separate thing from there is no illegal crossing at the border or
I understand,
the
but
number.
him engaging the policy that he did, which led to that, isn't actually something I'm going to give him credit for in a positive light. Why? Because it's not actually something good.
I'm very confused right now, Parker. Like, to be honest.
Yeah, what material benefit do you get from that happening?
Not
Does our
me
society get it
specifically.
all?
Don't you think American society as a whole benefits from the
No.
fact that there are no people like pouring into the border into America
No.
from the border?
No.
No?
I think that immigration is incredibly good for our economy, and restricting immigration like that for no good reason is
Holy
not
shit.
going to be beneficial.
Why are you pivoting? I'm not saying immigration is bad for the country. I am an immigrant. Of course, it is good for the country. I'm saying people walking into the border illegally, that is bad for the country. Why are you
Well, I just want to
pivoting?
let you know, like, a lot of the numbers that you're referencing, right, are including people specifically who are coming to seek asylum, which is a legal process.
Yeah, but there are so many people who are not doing just that. There are
Okay.
so many people who
Well, how do you know
just want to get.
what proportions are that?
I don't know. A 0.1% portion is not okay. I don't care. One
Okay.
person is not okay.
Okay, so if one person is not okay from that respect, why can't you say that about your president? Like if you, like in general, like I genuinely don't understand. One is too much for an immigrant, but not for the president
For the president of what? Doing what?
of the United States of America. You said one
Yeah,
crime is
doing
too much for an
one for
immigrant,
him.
but it's not too much for the president. I mean, 34 of them?
Oh, you're talking about his felonies?
Yes.
Yeah, those are bad. Yeah, I
So,
consent
but like,
to
isn't
that.
that enough to say that you would disqualify them under your view? Because you said it's disqualifying if an immigrant has committed any crime.
Okay, so here's the thing, Parker. I understand your perspective, and I personally, I think he is a fucking, like he's not a good person. Like I would not want my children or my friends or I would not want to do anything with him like personally. Like I would want nothing to be associated with him.
You
You
support
guys,
him. You're arguing for him on live right now.
let me finish. I heard you guys talking about like how he, posts on social media that he wants to execute some Democrats for saying to the active military member, do not
Mhm.
follow illegal orders. Like for me, from my perspective, I think those posts, because he's a yapping bitch. Like everybody knows that. Like I think those things are not as serious as some of the things that he has done.
It is very
Uh,
serious. It's called stochastic terrorism, and it's quite literally trying to normalize viewing that for people who claim that. Which, by the way, I just want to like maybe bring back your memory or jog your memory on this. This is exactly what Mike Pence said after
Yeah.
January 6th. He said that he was given an unlawful order from the president, that he would not follow an unlawful order because he cares about his oath to the Constitution, and he said you should not follow unlawful orders. And then there were people specifically who were Trump supporters going and chanting HANG Mike Pence. Okay? And Donald
Yeah.
Trump literally justifying this about Donald Trump justifying this about Democrats, then tries to normalize this view against individuals such as Mike Pence, like historically speaking, which I think that he was trying to use as leverage specifically over his administration to say exactly what he could do with his prior administration, he could do with his administration now to try to force JD Vance or individuals in his administration to do what he says.
Right. right? And the reason why I said that that this incident isn't as serious as some of the things that he has done is because, in my opinion, there is no like a practical way for him to do that. Like there is no way in hell that he would actually get Democrats executed. That's why I said,
But the
this
fact
is
that he
not.
threatens it in the very first place, in of itself, is such a threat that you should not support that. Like, genuinely, I think that's such an issue. And actually, I think you're fucking crazy for thinking that's not a big deal. Because no president should just be able to threaten the execution of their political opponents, regardless of whether or not they have the means to do it themselves. That is fucking ridiculous. Okay? I would not accept this amongst any position of political office. I wouldn't accept this on my live stream. I wouldn't accept this in personal life. If a fucking individual that I knew said this, I would not be friends with them. Okay, we're talking about calling for the execution of people for literally no fucking good reason at all. Okay?
Yeah,
These are
I
individuals
agree.
who literally just said, do not follow unlawful orders. That's the most milquetoast opinion you could possibly ever have. Genuinely.
I agree.
Right?
I
And
agree.
him
I
calling
totally
for the
agree.
execution is such a threat to the discourse of this country and his incredibly violent rhetoric. And the fact that conservatives, after literally going on such a tirade about how the left was violent in support of Charlie Kirk's death or whatever, right? After claiming all of that and saying people should get fired because they thought that, or okay, we're like making jokes about Charlie Kirk's death, right? Is like the most insane thing to me. The fact that you guys overlook this, and it's so embarrassing that the right tried to portray the left as violent and then literally does shit like this. It's so embarrassing, and they just don't give a shit. It's like you guys don't care about the country. Like when you guys are completely okay to overlook things like this, it genuinely gives me the understanding that you don't give a shit about the country. You don't care about free speech. You don't care about ensuring
agree with
genuine
whatever
civil
you-
discourse. You're totally okay with promoting violent rhetoric. And if you benefit from a person who's engaging in such violent rhetoric, you will demean the notion in which it's violent or harmful to our country simply because it benefits you politically speaking. And that's such a threat to this country. It's incredibly anti-American.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said there, Parker.
Then you
I
can't
agree.
support Trump. You literally, if you agree with what I just said, you cannot support Trump.
And let me come back to my point. I was bringing up the things that he has done that's wrong. Remember, I said I don't like him. I don't want him near my children or anything. I was coming back to my point. There's one more thing that I think, in my opinion, that is like, I wouldn't say like more wrong. Do you remember that he imitated a disabled reporter like on national TV? Do you remember that? Like that for me is like I can't even find the words to describe like how gross that was, how wrong that was. A person asking, sitting in the most respectful seat in the country did that, in front of millions of people. That was so gross. And I cannot find words to describe that, like I would not. But my point is that you could say that I'm a single issue voter, and I can use an analogy, because the situation back then was really, really bad, like the border situation. If there was like a huge leak, in my house, water is everywhere, and I called a plumber, but the plumber is everything Trump was, okay, or is. I would still like, yeah, you can fix the leak and you can go. So that's kind of my stand.
If I knew someone was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, I would not let them in my fucking house. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
If your house is flooding,
why the fuck would I be okay? I would never be okay with that. Are you fucking insane?
No. You have no idea whether that is real. Like people claim that he did that.
No, hold up. You would literally be okay with someone doing work on your house, being inside your house with possibly or potentially your family or other people living there, if they've been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? Are you actually serious?
When was he held sexually?
Like you can't go to a different fucking plumber?
Hold on. What are you talking about?
Yeah, if you know that the plumber that you hired was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, you wouldn't hire them. You would hire someone else, right?
Who was held accountable for sexually abusing women? Trump?
Yes, he was held liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people.
When?
2023. Look up Trump liable at SAAP News. He's also been accused by over 27 women of sexual misconduct. He's been credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files who got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
What should I look up for?
Look up Trump liable essay AP News. You can read the jury verdict form that indicated that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll.
Trump liable AP News. Jury finds Trump liable for sexual abuse. Award accuser $5 million. When did this happen?
2023.
That fucking cocksucker.
So you don't support him?
Wait, let me read. Is this like legit? Like, it's not
Yeah.
like some people like trying to get his money?
I mean, this is like a literal court case where an entire jury of 9 people indicated that Trump did this. Legitimate court case. You can literally read the jury verdict form.
Well, to be honest, I'm not really surprised.
So do you still support Trump, or do you not support him, given that you know this now?
Okay, so maybe one more thing. Do you think the Democrats, when they
Hold up,
when
answer
they
my
take
question.
over? I know that's why I'm asking you this. Do you think the Democrats is going to maintain the status quo of the border situation? Like, they're not gonna go back to the old days where like millions of people pouring in?
I think that the Democratic Party is going to have a position where they want to criminalize undocumented entry. They just want to make the legal process go quicker. 99.9%
that's what we
likelihood
want.
the person who's running for president, who's on the Democratic side, has that exact position.
If that's the case, yeah, then I would vote for the Democrats over Trump for sure. But
It is the
I
case,
really
so.
doubt it though. I
It
really
is.
doubt
You-
it though
you should-
because
You should go look up the bipartisan border bill.
I don't like the way you specifically, talking about how they can be given a legal.
You can disagree with me all you want. That's not even the policy of the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party actually agrees with your position.
Okay, so don't you think you should agree with your party and with my position, Parker?
No. I think my position's preferable, although I think that the Democratic position's preferable to Trump's.
So you're crazy. Oh, didn't you
not
also
crazy.
say that? Didn't you
I mean,
also?
do you still support Trump even though you know that he sexually abused a woman?
Again, it depends on the border situation. I'm very hard on that. Like,
Okay, well, I just think that's so you'd still vote for him even though he's held
Because
civilly
this is-
liable of sexually abusing a woman.
because this is literally day one of me learning this incident. I have to look into it, see like what's actually going on there.
Okay,
you know?
already go look it up then.
Yeah, but didn't you say that I forgot the exact words, but didn't you say that because the legal process takes too long, people should go to the border, like people don't need to respect the law?
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna go to the next person. I've already answered that question. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2005.
And what month?
Month, May. Why does it matter? It's still 20.
You understand it could be different depending on the month. I'm just clarifying, sir.
It's 2005. Yeah, it's May.
You said 2005 May, and you said you're how old again?
20.
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump. Trump.
Okay.
Absolutely.
For sure. I have a few people to think, and then we can move on to our conversation. Just give me one quick second, real quick.
Okay.
Alrighty. One quick second. Harold, I actually did not hear that earlier. I'm so sorry. I did not hear that. Marnie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, literally, he did cause a bunch to quit. It's absurd that people don't know that, actually. As well as Harold, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. I think so. I'm not quite sure. As well as Joseph, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You're very right on that. You're very right on that. I should bring that one up as well. Lily, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Aaron, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Aaron. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's very kind of you, Aaron. Peter, thank you for the $45 on Venmo. Thank you so much for Trump scaring people away from crossing with threats of ending up in a torture prison is not a long-term solution. Very true. Thank you so much, Peter. I appreciate the $45. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. W's for them in the comment section. As well as let me make sure to thank some people over on the YouTube real quick. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Taka, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section. He said, as a Californian that visits Texas, often this dude is nothing but propaganda, selfishness, and propaganda. He's bitter. He had to wait, so F everyone else. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Taka. Alex, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. They wanted to ask about a statement that MAGA individuals are claiming about the LGBTQ plus community and the statistics that of gay men are much more statistically to commit that. I've seen no evidence indicating that, and even so, a correlation doesn't equal causation. But yeah, that also wouldn't be an argument to be against anyone who's gay as well. Kim, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Taka again with the $5. Thank you very much. Royland, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Flanker, thank you for the $5. As well as Shrek, thank you for the $5. And Alex, thank you for the $5 as well. Good luck for you. Good luck for you. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, you talking to me? Oh, okay. Let's see here. Well, he's funnier than Kamala, and Kamala was like incoherent with how she spoke, and he didn't like hire people to twerk on stage. So,
okay,
better campaign, really.
Okay, so you
and even if it was staged, getting shot in the ear went hard as fuck. So,
okay, so you would vote for a fascist and a rapist because Kamala Harris had a person perform who twerked on stage.
Well, I mean, he isn't going to rape me.
So you're willing to support a rapist because he didn't rape you?
Well, he's not raping anybody
That's like
now.
saying you'd be willing to support a serial killer because they didn't kill you.
Well, he's not killing anybody. He's just
He is killing people. You're definitely trolling. Let's go to the next person.
Not raping.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Really weird thing to fucking joke about. Really weird thing to joke about. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2004, July. I'm about to turn 22.
Okay. Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump right now.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I support him. I align with his policies.
Okay. Like what?
I think he's a good businessman, too.
Okay. Can you name one economic policy that he's influenced to get passed that you think has benefited the material conditions for the average American?
Yes, the first day he got elected, he had signed 90 fucking executive orders to help America.
Can you name one that benefited the average American?
Well, no overtime on tax. That actually helped me. What
No
about
tax
you?
on overtime and deduction was with the big beautiful bill. That wasn't his first day through executive order.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We still passed it.
Secondly, it was
That helped.
bipartisan, supported amongst Republicans and Democrats, not unique
Okay.
to Trump.
It
Thirdly,
is actually, because when I went to work, they were like, "Oh, Trump actually passed a law. We're gonna have no tax on overtime. So your next time you do your taxes, you'll actually not be taxed on overtime." So why is my job saying that? And I have an essential job too.
that's just not true. Also, like
It's
it's
not
only
true. Okay.
it's only a deduction. It's not overall no tax
Oh,
on
but still,
overtime.
it's still a deduction though. It's still a deduction though. So
Yes.
you're getting more money for America, right or wrong.
So people are getting money
Oh.
specifically who are working overtime. I'm not disputing you there. What you're not understanding,
Okay.
though, is the overall bill in terms of the big, beautiful bill. Most of the tax cuts go to the rich and wealthy, and Kamala Harris wanted to maintain all tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, and she wanted to
All right.
increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year so that we didn't have to impose tariffs that disproportionately negatively impact lower and middle income
Wait, you
individuals.
wanted to tax doctors and shit?
They want a tax on income over $400,000 a year.
So do you agree people like doctors make around that money?
Most doctors don't even make more than $400K.
So not even a heart surgeon?
So maybe certain heart surgeons would pay more on their income over $400K. I have no issue with that.
And you support that?
Absolutely.
All right, you're bugging. I don't agree with that.
Okay, so
See,
you want
that's-
your
that-
taxes to go up to give tax breaks to income
I
earners
do.
over
Yes.
$400,000 a year?
Yes. See, this is where you move the goalpost. This is where you get everybody like fucked up. It's like, yes, I understand where you're coming from. Yes, the statement that you said is positive, but you're moving the goalpost because you can't tax people who are gonna move. Like, you get what I'm saying? They're gonna just move. The rich people are gonna move if you tax them more.
No, there's actually very good evidence indicating a very, very low proportion of individuals move. Plus, doctors aren't going to move to a different country because they are getting taxed a little bit more here. Their job is in this country.
All right, you have a point, but no, that's just not gonna work, Parker.
It
All right,
does
what about
work.
more? What about more? Let's just move that past this. Let's talk about immigration. Well, you support Obama. He had the most deportation, but you're saying, oh, Donald Trump's the racist importer. Like, that don't make no sense. But Obama was the #1 deporter in America.
Trump deports more people on a yearly basis, along with the fact that he's violating due process rights to a significantly greater extent. They're detaining U.S. citizens, racially profiling U.S. citizens, detaining individuals for their accents, and then sending people to a concentration camp in El Salvador called CCOT for deemed terrorists, right? Which isn't even for that situation, so it's absurd.
So you're hypocritical when you say, oh, he's breaking federal law, but didn't Obama break federal law with ISIS? You had to go through Congress to that. He didn't do that. So, when Trump does it, he's the bad guy. Oh.
You're misquoting
Come on
stuff.
now.
You're saying due process because of expedited removal, but Trump expanded expedited removal. So I will acknowledge that Trump is significantly worse for these things. I don't know why you think that's an ooh.
Because like you're just hypocritical when
Wait,
you say
wait.
one person can do it, but one can't. Like, you do get my perspective now?
Sir, you didn't listen to what I'm saying. Your argument there literally relies upon not listening to the explanation I just provided.
Nah, you're wrong.
Okay. I mean, do you want me to repeat it? Do you want to go look back at what I said? Because I clearly already did address this. You could just say no all you want, but that doesn't mean you're right.
Well, okay, then I guess we can agree to disagree then.
I mean, if you want to do that, you can go watch the clip later of yourself literally getting the answer explained to you.
Okay, so I'm just not right about the first topic we were talking about, like with taxes or anything. I was wrong.
You've been wrong on everything we've talked about so far.
So okay, let's go back to the taxes. Here we go. So you just admitted that we it's helping America with the taxes, but all of a sudden you're saying it's not helping us.
Yeah, I told you specifically that the aspect of the bill, the no tax on overtime aspect of the bill, was supported by both sides, and all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $40,000 a year were supported by both sides. The difference between Biden and Harris versus Trump is that Harris wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year to decrease the deficit, increase the amount that we can put into tax cuts for working class people, such as expanding the child tax credit, a housing tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, a tax deductible for small businesses in the first year of them starting out, etc., which would be better for the average American comparative to what we see under Donald Trump's tax policy right now, because most of the tax cuts went to the richest Americans, plus he imposed tariffs that tax every single person. So, by the way, it increased your taxes
side of the coin? Not to cut
$1,000
you
to
off. What's the opposite side of
$2,000 a
the
year.
coin, though? So what's the opposite side of the coin then?
That you would be taxed less and you would have better policies for you.
All right, but no, what's the other side of the coin? What is Trump doing that is the opposite of what she's doing? That's what I want to
I just
get your
explained to you. He increased taxes on working class people by imposing tariffs.
Bro, if the tariffs don't, first of all, how does tariffs hurt the working class if it's on business expenses, dummy? Not to call you a dummy, but that's just the dumbest thing I heard.
It's mostly paid by consumers, according to the Kiel Institute. So maybe you can, if you were just a little bit smarter, you'd be able to actually take a look at studies or facts and evidence before you make stupid claims like that.
Let's say you buy stuff from Walmart, you're paying a tariff on it. That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
No, that's false. That's fucking false.
Yeah, because it's paid directly by the American business importing the product and then passed down mostly to the consumer.
Yes, paid by the American business, not us. Are we a business? No, you shopping at Walmart, you're not there.
Sir, but it's mostly passed down to the consumer.
See, that's where I get you. That's where you fuck shit up. No, it's not, bro. No.
According to the Kiel Institute, it is. You saying no doesn't actually prove anything.
Well, what is you? You have no proof either. We're just.
I just cited the Kiel Institute, genius.
The Kiel Institute. What is that supposed to
mean? The Kiel Institute.
Kiel Institute.
Yeah.
The Kiel Institute. You're really looking up a fucking website that has no fucking no real data, and you're telling me that's just
it does have real data. You know where I got this from?
Okay.
You don't know where I got this from?
You just said the interest, whatever that.
You want to know where I got this from?
Mashed potato
A
website. Where'd you get
PhD
it from?
economist. So this is a source from a PhD economist.
PhD economist.
Yeah.
You know what's so funny about this?
Yeah, you can look her up. She makes videos here on TikTok proving individuals such as yourself wrong. Her name's Econ with Sarah. Look her up. She makes videos all the time debunking the misinformation and claims of the Trump administration that foreign countries are paying the tariffs. That's absurd.
Okay. That sounds so funny. When what about our oil that are coming in?
Nice pivot. Do you want to address what I just said?
Nice pivot. I know you didn't hear me. You didn't see me coming. I'm saying we got mad oil coming in from what? Venezuela and all that shit. You want to talk about importing being bad? Fuck no, nigga. Fuck no.
Let's go to the
Hell
next
no.
person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 34.
Do you support Trump?
I do. So, question:
Election held
why
today.
do you-
Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I don't know. That's a hard one, to be honest. But hey, look, the question: why do you support Trump?
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
2.
Do you support Trump?
No. Fuck Trump.
They say 2, bro? That's crazy. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Hit that thumbs up. Everyone it should up. Get out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Harold, thank you for the $10. Don't worry. I appreciate you very much. As well as Alex, thank you very much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll have to make sure to click on to the last one because I didn't even see the message. You sent me. Click onto that real quick. Thank you very much. Oh, you mean, oh, I actually already responded to that one. Sorry, I didn't see that was the same person. They said the reason why I wanted to ask you that is because a MAGA idiot asked that in front of 2 bisexual parents, and they punched the MAGA guy named TikToker. So how can people stand their ground against MAGA? Oh, I'll have to see that. I've never heard that before. Let's make sure to go into this next individual here real quick. Anne, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Anne in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Anne. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Anne. I really appreciate the $50. Hey, Brian, can you thank Anne for the $50 on Venmo?
Only if they donate to the RNC.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Yeah, how old are you?
30.
Do you support Trump?
Nope.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck Trump, bro.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Hey, everybody, we have about an hour and 20 minutes or so left on the live. Just letting y'all know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everyone. Again, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election out today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump, but I do have a question.
Okay.
Or kind of like a clarification. So when you say support, when you were talking to that person a couple people ago, you were kind of using that as like a kind of a segue into like you support Trump, and you were using that as like, do you support him as like his character? And what I want to say is I don't support his character. I don't support Trump as a human being. I support him as a president. And I think that's a very clear distinction.
So you don't ever vote based upon character?
I think it has a factor to play in, but I don't think that it's something that weighs in so much as like.
So it wouldn't ever disqualify someone?
I absolutely think it can, but I believe, and I kind of want to get into what you were talking about with that person too, because there were some things that I like wanted to say, but I couldn't because like you were talking to him, obviously. But do you have any questions, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Trump's character is disqualifying. I think it meets that standard, and I wonder why you think otherwise. I mean, I also think his policy is horrible as well, so we can go into either or.
So yeah, I think it varies based on each person's opinion, and like you're well within your opinion, like you're valid in having your own opinion. But in my opinion, so from what I was hearing, your strongest like driving factor was the civil liability thing, and the thing that I just wanted to get into was like, yes, it is obviously it's a big court, it's a big like thing, but the thing that sorry, I'm nervous, but the biggest thing that I had about that is a civil liability is not the same thing as being criminally convicted. It's not the same thing as like it is to my understanding, it is a jury coming to a belief, not based on evidence, based on whoever has the more convincing like lawyers, and you know what I mean? Like it's whatever the jury believes, whoever the jury believes more, whoever has a more credible story. So it's not that it was proven with pictures, with, you know, like scientific, like, you know what I mean?
So there was evidence submitted to the court. They did base it on evidence. The standard for civil court is preponderance of the evidence. So it does rely on evidence. Plus, I agree, it's not a criminal conviction.
What was the evidence that was brought forward?
Yeah, I can give countless examples. The fact that you don't know any proves you haven't looked into the case, though.
I have looked into the case. I'm asking you what the evidence was because I didn't see any. I did not see any when I researched the case.
That means you didn't research the case enough to be able to identify that there's plenty of evidence submitted to the case. I can give you examples of things that I would point to as evidence in the case, such as the fact that there was a dress with DNA on it, unidentified male DNA, where Trump had multiple years to give up his DNA, he chose not to. There were multiple friends that she specifically told at that time that she was assaulted decades ago. Think of the Starlight, think of Cammy. Specifically who testified under oath that they were told this decades ago. There was a psychologist that verified the trauma that she went through. There were people specifically that worked at Bergdorf Goodman's that talked about the fact that there was likely no cameras at that particular time that were actually on that floor, that there was likely no people specifically who were working that would be on that floor at that time, that was very common to happen specifically at that particular time. That verified the story specifically. There was the deposition where Donald Trump said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote-unquote not his type, but then in that deposition he mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that he would have sexually abused her either way. These are just a few pieces of the evidence, but it proves that you seriously didn't look at the case.
Okay, well, I mean, I didn't dig deep into it because I'm not, like, I don't do this for, I'm not saying you do this for a living, but you do this
I do this for a living.
Okay, well, you do it for a living. Okay, I didn't know. But okay, so that is a fair point. Like, you do this for a living. I don't. I'm coming here for like a friendly debate, but that's not the main point that I wanted to talk to you with. So I'm sorry if I'm like wasting time. I'm trying to like.
You're not wasting time. You're a Trump supporter and you disagree. So I mean, this is what we do this live for.
I was just wanting to say that because that's what that other guy was talking about, and that's all I had to say. So you got me there. But my main like driving factor for why I support Trump as a president is, I think that he was the strongest candidate between him and Kamala Harris for the military aspect. I think military is a very underlooked thing, and I think that it's extremely important for the safety, the national safety and security for our country, because there are a lot of things like social aspects are very important, and that is an area where I get touchy. Like I do agree a lot. I align with a lot of Democratic beliefs, but I think the biggest thing is I believe that Trump was the strongest candidate for military. I believe that he has done a great thing, whether it's moral or not. Like a lot of things, like it's unfortunate that it has to happen, but in the history of the world, it has had to happen for years. And I believe that Trump was the best for that.
So I don't think that we needed to go to war with Iran. I see no relevance or need to do that. Trump ran on no new wars. So if you based it upon what he ran on in the first place, he contradicted that very statement.
I mean, yeah, that's fair, but I believe what he's doing now is very good for our country. I do believe that we need to go to war with Iran. My understanding is that Iran was gaining nuclear weapons, and that's something that is not a thing that should be played with. Nuclear war, especially with the war that Iran has been in for so many years, the things that they have done, I believe that allowing Iran to gain access to nuclear weapons is a terrible thing for our country, the rest of the world. And I think that Trump trying to, mitigate that and preventing Iran from, gaining access to those nuclear weapons is a good thing, and it's a great thing. And it's unfortunate that people are dying. It's extremely unfortunate that citizens are dying, and it's not something that should happen. And it's very difficult to say this, but I believe that it's necessary for the prevention of the country gaining access to these weapons, because if that doesn't happen, then other people will suffer the toll on a greater scale.
Okay, so they weren't getting nukes. According to the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who testified in front of Congress, she indicated that they haven't been building up their enrichment of uranium, according to U.S. intelligence, and testifying on behalf of the intelligence community. They haven't been building up enriched uranium since the original strike about a year ago. Plus, the enrichment of uranium they built up until that point, or the strike about a year ago, was because Trump pulled out of the JCPOA, which limited them to enrichment of uranium around 3.7%, nowhere near enough to weaponize, which is around 90%. And they're currently at 60% right now because of the fact that Trump pulled out of the JCPOA.
I mean, yeah, those are fair points. Like, I'm not saying that Iran was actively a threat, but I'm sorry if I'm sounding like immature. I'm not like good at debating because I don't know like these facts. Like you're pulling up facts. You know this stuff. Like,
well, let me just clarify. Iran is a threat, but just not an imminent threat.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Sorry, I meant like Iran is not like we need to act today. But what I do believe is the reason that we are acting today is to prevent Iran from ever getting to that point, because I believe that they absolutely
which the
do have the
JCPOA
intention
did.
to do it.
The threat exists because Trump pulled out of the JCPOA.
Okay, can you help me understand what JCPOA is?
Yeah, the
I'm not sure
JCPOA is an agreement that we had with Iran to have surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities, and it prevented them from producing enriched uranium to the degree that they could have weaponized it.
So what was the reason that Trump pulled out of it? Did he give a reason for why he decided to pull out of that?
Because he didn't like that we got rid of sanctions on them to get them to accept the deal. But the issue with that is that the 10-point plan that he was willing to accept in terms of the ceasefire to get him to pull out of his claim where he said he was going to end civilization included getting rid of the sanctions, and it didn't even include getting rid of their enrichment capabilities completely.
Okay, that makes sense. But again, like, okay, so I think you have a fair point here. That is a good point. Like, I do believe that, but okay, sorry. I do believe that what you're saying is like valid, but I don't think that negates the importance of us staying in war with Iran, because again, they are actively still trying to fight back. I believe they're still trying to gain access to their nuclear weapons again. They're working towards that, and I believe that again, like, what if Trump did do that? Like, yeah, that was a bad move, but I believe that he is doing what he can now to make up for it and prevent that from happening again in whatever way is possible. I think he is good at maneuvering around and like, sorry, I'm striking on the word improving. I think he's good at improvising on the spot, coming up with what needs to be done right now in this moment. And maybe he didn't make the best long-term decision, but I do believe that he is great for settling problems right now.
Okay. Well, I think that he's not, and it's not just me who thinks that. It's his own administration. Did you hear that they kicked him out of the Situation Room simply because they thought he was unhinged and that he wasn't able to act properly enough to ensure that we would have a legitimate or good response? They literally locked him out of the Situation Room. His own administration.
I did not hear about that, no.
You should look that one up. It's actually insane.
What
fact that happened is crazy.
I genuinely am, like, I'm not here to try to like do a gotcha. Like, I'm not here to try to like challenge your intelligence. I'm genuinely curious. Like, what should I search up whenever I get done here?
What I just said, and you'll find it. That's been reported on across the entire media. You can find it on AP News, NPR, PBS, or Reuters probably.
The only other thing that I do believe with Donald Trump that is good is the immigration policies, which I think a lot of people do take it to the extreme, because I think a lot of people put it like black and white, like if you're a Republican Party, you're all for immigration. If you're a Democrat, you don't believe immigration should, or illegal immigration should be stopped, is what I mean. Like, and I think people believe that the Democratic Party thinks that illegal immigration should be okay. I do.
Nope.
I am
It's not
understanding
true,
of the
though.
fact that the main driving point with the Democratic Party is that illegal immigration mostly happens due to the difficulty of the process of immigration, and
Yeah, so we want to make the legal process go quicker, but they still want to criminalize undocumented entry. I hold a different position than the typical Democratic Party as a whole, but that's their position.
I do believe so. That's kind of what I was trying to segue into is I do believe that I do believe it should be a criminal. It should be criminalized for illegal entry into any country, and I believe that that is a good stance that Trump has on that. And I believe that absolutely, if you are coming into the country illegally, it is a criminal act, and it should not be punishable by enforcement the enforcement camps that people are. And I think ICE. The thing with ICE is absolutely terrible. But I do believe that it is, again, what their intended purpose is good. But I believe that it is something that is wrong. And I know that J.D. Vance was pardoning people who are committing crimes. But again, I do believe that Trump has a good idea, and it's not something, and it reminds me of the defund the police thing from, I think, 2020, when everybody was saying we should defund the police, and some people were even advocating for no police at all. But I believe that ICE is important for, gathering undocumented immigrants and everything. But I believe that just because there are ICE agents who are murdering people, which is terrible, again, but I don't think that it's something that is valid enough to halt the operation. And I think that's what some people are advocating for. But it's something that, like, what do you expect Trump to do other than convict the people who are, murdering people? But, like, what is Trump supposed to do to the rest of the people who aren't murdering people? Like, the people who are doing the wrong thing are already doing it, and there's nothing you can do to the rest of the people who are ICE enforcers. Is kind of like
Due
do you get the point
process.
that I'm trying to make?
Don't detain U.S. citizens based upon their race and accent. Don't send people to a concentration camp in El Salvador. Don't deport people to countries that they've never been to. Don't advocate to denaturalize citizens. Don't try to get rid of the green cards for illegal permanent residents because they disagree with us politically.
I absolutely do. I agree that is, that's due process, right? But what I'm trying to say here is Trump, I do 100% believe that Trump is on board for that, but the people who aren't following due process, I don't believe that Trump is one person. I don't believe that Trump can individually go in for each individual ICE agent and say, like, hey, you need to not be doing this. I think that
He's
it is
directing
important.
the policy, though. He allowed for ICE to not use judicial warrants to search and seize people's properties. They're allowed to go in and search people's homes now without judicial warrants, which I think is a violation of someone's Fourth Amendment rights.
I mean, yeah, I absolutely agree, but I don't think that negates the fact that he is everything else that he's doing, like, with the ICE agent. I don't think that means that he overall is not performing the ICE agents, like, overseeing properly. Like,
that is to mean that they're not doing it properly because we disagree with their code of conduct. Like,
I mean,
they're
yeah, it's an
allowing for
improper
them to
aspect of
violate
it.
due process rights.
It's an improper aspect, but I don't think that means that 100% of everything that he's doing is wrong.
Well, I never said 100% of everything. I said that these things are wrong.
But what I'm saying is that does that mean that Trump should not be in charge of should not be overseeing the Department of undocumented immigrants?
You mean Department of Homeland Security or of ICE?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know the terms.
It's okay.
I don't know all the terms. But
I
yeah,
mean,
that's what
I
meant.
think this is one of the reasons that would say that his bad policy on it. Yeah, like what I mentioned were all bad policies relating to immigration, and things that would be better off if Democrats were in office.
Okay. So I just want to say, I am a Democrat, and I just wanted to see how much I could debate you pretending.
Okay, let's go to the next individual and send a guest request. If you meet that criteria in the TikTok screen, we are just looking for some debates, everybody. Ellie, thank you so much for the $5, by the way, on Venmo. Thank you so much, Ellie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on the next individual and send a guest request. If you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, we're just looking for some debates, everybody. Yosef, how old are you?
Never gonna give you up.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yosef, how old are you?
I'm 53.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Of course, Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I think that liberals have gotten way out of hand, and it's time to clean it up. And I like the fact that he's draining the swamp.
Okay, how did we get out of hand? And
By giving all the money away. There's too much given away for free.
Okay, I think that they're giving too much away to defense contractors under the Trump administration. They want to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on this war with Iran. They're giving a bunch of free money out to millionaires and billionaires through the tax policies and tax loopholes that they've put specifically within the context of the Big Beautiful Bill, which adds $3.4 trillion to debt over the next 10 years. I can give countless other examples. We're giving money to Argentina, over $40 billion.
Okay, well, when you say that they're giving money to the military and giving money to the wealthy, at least those are people that are working for it, right?
No, oftentimes their money is working for them.
Well, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's capitalism. That's the American way.
Yeah, but they should pay their fair share.
Yeah, they do pay their fair share.
No, they don't. The top 400 billionaires pay a lower effective tax rate than the average American.
Okay, at some point they paid their fair share, though, right? Before
Nope.
they got to be multi-billionaires, you don't think that they've paid more taxes than you or I?
Not in terms of percentage.
No,
I
not in
definitely
terms
pay
of
a higher
percentage.
percentage than they do, for sure.
Right, but they've paid more into it than you or I have combined.
Yeah, but you understand that, like, not in terms of the overall number, though. I mean, and I said in terms of overall number, but not in terms of percentage. So when we
Right.
say pay a fair share, that's going to be relative to the amount of money that they make. So
No,
percentage
I
wise.
hear you, and yes, I agree that everybody should pay their fair share, and that may not be happening, but my stance is very firm that the people that are set up to where they have no plan to do anything other than take handouts for their entire life, to me that is a liberal way. And when you bring all of these illegal aliens in here to hand over monetary value, to hand over insurance, to basically pave the way for them, yeah, I'm over it. You know, my health insurance costs me $800 a month, and I don't go to the doctor because I don't want to drain my HSA. I work on a fire department, by the way. And when I take people to the hospital that don't pay anything and don't struggle at all with having to go in to get a casual CT or MRI just to make sure that everything's okay, I'm tired of it. And Trump's doing something about it.
So you want them to have to struggle?
No, I don't want them to have to struggle.
Or would you prefer that you don't have to struggle?
I would prefer that it's even for everybody, so that one person doesn't struggle.
So everyone has access to it.
While the other person doesn't struggle. It's the reason that I pay so much.
You sound pretty liberal. Because
think
I mean,
so?
I believe in that system. I believe in a system where no one has to struggle because they can't afford their medical bills, where you don't have to choose to not go get a screening or go to the doctor because you can't afford it because it costs too much for you. That's a ridiculous system that we live in right now. And that system exists because it's left up to the private markets, and the private markets are not effective in relation to healthcare access, right? Health insurance access. So we need a universal access to healthcare, which is what the Democrats have advocated for, a public option that would actually ensure that everyone's on the same playing field and you don't have to struggle because of your inability to pay for access to healthcare, which actually will reduce healthcare costs in the long run because preventative healthcare will catch chronic conditions earlier, making it less costly to address them. Along with the fact that immigrants actually come to our society and they reduce the deficit. right? Over the past 30 years, we've actually seen a reduction in the deficit by $14.5 trillion because of immigration. So undocumented immigrants, we should provide a quicker legal process for them to come to the country, rather than specifically just saying that we should engage in some sort of mass deportation policy, because one, that doesn't allow for us to focus on the people who are actually committing violent crimes and bad crimes and actually a threat to the safety and security of our communities. And then plus, it doesn't acknowledge that immigrants make it easier for us to address the other issues that we have in our society, because they increase GDP, increase tax revenues, and decrease costs for our system overall by decreasing the deficit.
Yeah, I don't know. You talk too quick for me, man. I can't keep up with all that.
I can go and explain it back again. Immigrants are beneficial to our economy. I can send you a study from the Cato Institute that indicates they net decrease the overall federal deficit of our budget, meaning that they pay more into the system than they take out of it, because proportionally they work to a higher extent.
Okay, and so they don't have any effect on the working Americans that they're taking the jobs from?
They actually don't take jobs. Immigration of the last 30 years, according to a National Bureau of Economic Research study, actually indicates an increase in employment rate for natural-born U.S. citizens, given that there's been immigration over the past 30 years. So immigrants are not taking your jobs.
Okay, so not taking them, just underbidding them.
No, they're not underbidding them or taking them.
They work
Wages have actually gone up for U.S. citizens as well who are born in this country because of immigration.
Because of it? Oh, okay. All right.
According to that same National Bureau of Economic Research study. So actually all data indicates that immigrants are very beneficial to our economy.
Okay, so how about when the Doge comes along and finds all of these, millions and millions of dollars being sent to these ridiculous funds for, I don't know, transgender or the list goes on. You know what I'm talking about, right? What's your stance on that?
Hey, Jason, do you have a second account?
Do I have a second account?
Yeah, like you can join on, because you just got a flag for misinformation. Meaning I have to go into the next person. It's from TikTok, not from me. Making my live ineligible for the recommendation if I keep you up. So I do have to go into the next person unless you have another account I could bring you up on.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Nope.
You're welcome to come up on a different day. It's just TikTok TOS. I apologize.
Sure. All right.
Alrighty. Got to go on to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Harold, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I totally get you there. It is absolutely crazy. I know. So many people who support Trump don't believe in science. It's absolutely nuts, right? Impressive. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I've been working on and trying. Stimming, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Hopefully it goes okay for you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I always will. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Let's go into this next individual. Again, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. There's one person who said in the comment section that they sent me money twice and I didn't thank them. It's very likely you could have possibly sent it to the wrong person. Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio. Make sure you go to the link tree in the bio if you're going to do so. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I lean that way currently.
Like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
It'd be close. Probably Trump, but I'd have to really dig deep into it.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, and if the and you said you'd support Trump, so why do you support Trump?
I live in the South, so it's kind of like that's what I've been led to. I don't completely understand too much, but that's kind of where I've been pushed so far.
Okay. Is there anything like specifically he's done that you like, or anything that the Democrats have done that you dislike?
I kind of come from a position of like the common man, and the Republican Party is traditionally leaning that way. though currently I feel like with gas prices and groceries especially kind of like stresses me out. So I don't know, that kind of influences where I lean.
Okay. So, but like that doesn't seem like anything in specific. So wait, repeat what you said stresses you out again?
Like I come in from the position of a common man, like things like gas prices, food, those are things I mainly worry about.
Okay.
And
Gas prices
I
and
kind of
food
just
prices
lean
have gone up
whichever
since
way
Trump got
kind
in
of
office.
appeals that way.
Yeah, gas prices and food prices have gone up since Trump got in office.
Yeah, I know that mostly stems from the war with Iran, but I don't remember them being like egregiously high his first term, and I haven't necessarily like read into what has changed from the first term to the second term.
Okay. So, you said you liked his first term. You don't know what's different between his first term and his second term. Well, his first term wasn't good because of him. Also, here, let me maybe go through a few things. I think that might make it more okay. Is there anything that he did in his first term that you like? They left. Okay. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Again, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. If you support me as always, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, links are in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Or in the pinned comment on YouTube as well, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Again, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. It helps get it out to more people as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
What?
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
So, do you know who this is?
No clue.
You don't know who this is?
Can you just answer my question, sir?
Yeah, both. Yeah.
You have about 5 seconds to answer.
You and your girlfriend are dumb as fuck.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
I just want to say I love what you do, man.
Appreciate you very much. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates.
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. That's all the parents. So disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Let's get this next person up here, please, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Oh, I did not mean to have that person up again. Weirdo. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what up?
Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everybody. Alrighty, let's try to get this next person up here. I do apologize. Sometimes it takes a second, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. How old are you?
Hey, 27.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Election out today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
98.
And what month?
July.
Okay. Election held today, Harris versus Trump. You said you'd vote for Trump, right?
Yep.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Sorry, I have All right, so I was wondering if you would come at this from a different angle. I am not a left-wing person. I don't like Trump, so that's why I have to vote for him. Can you get me to join the left?
Yeah. What makes you want to lean towards Trump?
So I was around for the whole 2016 thing, and I was in college, and everybody was very excited to join the job market. There wasn't the current sense of nihilism with college students. I feel like everybody my age at that time really did like the direction we were going.
Yeah, that
And
was
I
under
remember
Obama.
Not 2016 through 2020.
2016 was Obama's administration. Trump didn't get office until 2017.
So
and
that's
Trump
what-
was still in
that's what
office
I'm-
until 2021 as well.
Yeah, I'm talking about that time frame.
So 2017 to 2021?
Yep.
What changed that made it better?
I think, well, I'm not exactly sure, but I remember every industry going up. I was in tourism specifically, and that was booming. I know engineers were very excited.
Did you know
A
tourism
lot
is
of
lower
job
since Trump
openings.
got in office? We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We saw unemployment increase. We saw lower real GDP growth in 2025 as compared to 2024.
Yep.
Lower real
Yeah,
median
yep.
wage growth in 2025 as compared to 2024. We saw lower real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration.
So I'm right wing, and I agree with more right wing principles. One of the reasons I won't vote left is because there's people that comment in, like your comment sections that say things like nobody's illegal on stolen land. And that
Okay.
makes me think people just kind of resent the existence of the country. So that's a big reason too.
Okay. So because someone said something in my comment section, you can't be a liberal?
So the direction
Like you
that
wouldn't
you're-
like stop being a MAGA supporter because some MAGA supporters are literal racists, or some MAGA supporters literally won't vote for Kamala Harris because she's a woman, or some MAGA supporters are literally a part of the KKK.
No, you're right about that. I'm just asking you to kind of take like an empathetic way to get me to go left. Maybe not debate me, but like try to get me to philosophically agree with you guys.
Yeah, but like it's a little bit more vague than that because or a little bit more specific than that. I mean, because like we have to know what specific things convince you. I have to know what's relevant or valued to you. Because
Okay.
I would say, like, in terms of if you care about working class tax cuts, Democrats specifically want to specify that. They want to go after and do that. They believe in science, right? They want to address climate change. Trump thinks the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet. The Democrats support universal access to healthcare, expanding access to healthcare when over 60% of personal bankruptcies are a result of people having the inability to pay for their medical expenses, right? Over 130 million Americans are struggling with medical debt in this country, right? So in order for us to actually address the affordability crisis in this country, we have to include addressing healthcare. We have to include addressing access to housing, which Donald Trump hasn't done for either of those things. So why do I support Democrats? Because they believe in science, because they actually do things to help the average American, and because the Republicans seemingly care more about helping defense contractors, oil companies, and large businesses than they actually care about helping the average American.
Okay. I also see your side as kind of against religious rights, like principles, just kind of those kinds of values.
Such as?
Christian values.
Such as?
You see, I'm not even like a big pro-life guy, but the way I think your party demonizes pro-life people and frame it in a way that it's like people want to control women, I think is bad
That's
rhetoric. to
objectively
push.
speaking what they're doing.
So is that the way that they see it though? Are they saying I want to control women?
I mean, but like you could say the same thing for the pro-lifers. The pro-lifers literally say that people who get abortions are murderers and should go to prison.
Yeah, that's weird, right? But how many
We're just
people-
claiming that they're pro forced birth, which they objectively speaking are. If you believe that people should have restricted access to abortion from a legal perspective, you are pro forced birth.
Okay, I'm just trying to get your moral perspective too.
Here's my
Not
view.
like
Yeah, I got you. So, in order to be Christian, you don't have to be pro-life. You can be Christian and you can be pro-choice. You can be pro-sentience. You can think that a person's personhood, right, or rights are defined when they become sentient. In the same way that you do think it's not murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead, even though they're still cellularly speaking alive, is the same reason why you'd think it's justified to get access to an abortion prior to sentience under that perspective.
Okay. I mean, good points. I'm gonna think about this. I gotta go to bed, but I appreciate it.
Okay.
Good talk.
All right, appreciate you coming up. Have a good night. Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everybody. We're currently at around 1,600 likes right now. Let's try to get to 2,000 if we possibly can. We've got at least 45 more minutes left on the stream, everyone, just letting y'all know. Tomorrow, everyone, I should be live earlier in the day. Just letting everyone know, probably like 9 a.m. I'll probably be live at like 9 a.m. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
1998.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Because he's America first.
Okay. And name one policy that he's influenced to get passed that is America first.
I wouldn't say so much policy as much as geopolitical strategy. Like what we're seeing with the homos, straight, whatever right now, getting oil tankers to come buy gas from us. I'm already seeing gas prices here in California drop significantly, 60 cents overnight.
That's incoherent. If countries are buying gas and oil from us, that means that we would have a reduction in the supply available to you, right?
Well,
meaning the
according
price
to
would
the
go up.
Democrats, I mean, to the Democrats, we don't have a supply because there was no supply, and Trump increased the supply.
We had the highest
in
level of
California.
domestic production of oil of any point in U.S. history or of any country in the history of the world under the Democrats' administration.
That's not true.
It is
The
a fact.
most-
For
the
that
most
time,
oil-
we had the highest
what?
production of oil of any country in the history of the world for that time.
For what time?
For that time, under the Biden administration.
I'm not talking about the Biden administration. You're talking about the Biden administration. The Biden administration shut down more oil plants than freaking everybody.
Wrong. Provide a single source saying that.
I don't have a source because I don't
know.
really. Okay. So let's talk about the statement that you made about being Christian and you don't have to be pro-life.
Yeah.
That's not true. As Christians, we believe life is formed at conception. And if you are a true Christian and somebody who believes that, you're not going to be for somebody who's going to abort a child even while the conception is happening, right? So like a Plan B pill. So I think that you need to correct your statement there, because you being not Christian and then stating something from a Christian perspective, I don't think that's really a good look for you.
I can describe what would be true of the Christian perspective as someone who's not Christian. That's something that I can do. Makes it possible. In the same way that I could say that.
How do you describe it when you don't know Christian values?
I grew up in a Christian household. I probably know more about Christianity than you.
Really?
Yeah, Nick, can you tell me the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Of the New Testament? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Okay, what about the Old Testament?
Genesis, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. What else do you want to know?
Oh, you do know them. Can you explain the book of Job to me?
The book of Job? The book of Job is about a man that lost everything and still had his faith in the Lord. It's also about
That's an incredibly vague way of referencing it. If you might want to provide a little bit more context to that one.
It's also about laws. It's about how Job created a bunch of laws for Christians and helped them out.
Nope, not at all.
Yes, it is.
Nope, it's not. That has nothing to do with the book of Job. The book of Job is where the devil goes to God and says, I know that this guy you say is your most faithful servant, but I can get him to turn away from you. Let me test him, God. Let me test him. God lets him test him by literally killing his entire family,
Yeah, he
right,
kills
and
his
causing
entire
all of these
family and his
boils all over
farm,
his
burns
body
down
and causing him
everything.
to
Yeah.
suffer. And the story is supposed to be like, no matter all the suffering that Job went through, he still decided to follow God. That's like the
Exactly.
notion. That's at least the story. Seemingly, I knew more about it than you did, interestingly enough.
Okay, yeah, you know a little bit more about that book than I do. I mean, it doesn't have anything to say about my Christian faith and who I am as a Christian, though.
Sure, but I was just saying that
Um,
me being not Christian doesn't mean that I don't know anything about Christianity. Now, in terms of your argument that Christians have to be pro-life, nothing about the religious text says that. That is true. Nothing about the religious text even says that you have to believe life begins at conception. I mean, in the Bible, if anything, it can tell you that life begins at first breath, if you want to reference that. But, I mean, in general, you accept biology, you believe life begins at conception. That still doesn't mean that you have to think it's valuable at conception, right? I believe cellular life does begin at conception, but I don't believe it's valuable until it becomes sentient. In the same way that if you're a Christian, you don't have to believe that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead, even though they are cellularly speaking alive, right? There's nothing about Christianity that means that you have to say that they're a person because they're cellularly speaking alive.
yeah, but you're going into like written law and written text versus moral law, and for some people, the moral law is just that is a life, and for Christians, I believe most Christians believe the morality of it is just not okay.
But
And
that
most
doesn't mean that
Christians
doesn't mean in
don't
order
accept
to be Christian you have to be pro-life. So this whole argument you were trying to make that in order to be Christian you got to be
But I
pro-life
mean,
is wrong.
if you're gonna argue that you have to be, or that you can be pro-abortion while being Christian, that doesn't make sense.
You can be
can't
pro-choice. You can be pro-choice and be
You can't
Christian.
be a
Yes.
Christian if you're pro-choice. You really can't.
Yes, you
No.
can. That is a complete lie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Explain.
back to my
What is the
argument that-
contradiction between being Christian and being pro-choice?
Wait, say it again.
What is the contradiction between being Christian and being pro-choice?
The contradiction between being Christian and pro-choice. Well, the whole basis of the fact that God created life within you before you even took a breath. And for Christians to say that God created something and then we're going to destroy it morally, for a Christian, that's not okay. And so if you're not...
No,
if
I
you
still don't hear a
believe that-
contradiction. What's the contradiction between being Christian and being pro-choice?
That is a contradiction.
That's not a contradiction. A contradiction
Yes,
is
it
A
is.
does not equal A. That's what a contradiction is. So what is the A does not equal A?
That's exactly what I said. The morality of it. The morality does not equal pro-choice. It doesn't. The morality of a Christian does not equal pro-choice. You
That's
just
not a
can't say
contradiction.
that.
That's just saying you disagree with the view.
That is a contradiction.
No, it's not.
Okay. I'm not going to argue with beliefs.
You can though, but like, have you read Numbers 5?
Numbers 5?
Yeah, it literally
Have
says
you?
that you should get an abortion in the context of a wife cheating on her husband and becoming pregnant due to her cheating.
Yes, well, that has to do with the Old Testament laws of...
So do you think abortion was justified and actually the right thing to do in that circumstance? Historically?
No, I don't.
Well, but God
Honestly,
says
I
it was
don't.
good. God says
didn't
you should
say
do
that
it.
was good. It doesn't say that you should.
It does. It literally does say that.
There's no way that it would suggest
It does.
God should. I'll literally pull out my Bible right now
Do
with
it.
Numbers 5 and read it word for word.
Go ahead. In the meantime, Michael, thank you for the $8. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jaden, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I get you there. So sorry to hear that. Happy tomorrow day for you as well. Ruth, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ruth. All right, give him a second, everybody. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get out to more people as always. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. We have at least another 40 minutes left on the live, just letting everyone know.
Oh, sorry, I had to sneak around my baby sleeping.
Okay.
Numbers 5.
11 through 21.
11 through 21. Let's see here.
Kenzie, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you very much. Thank you very much,
And the Lord
Kenzie.
spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the children of Israel and say to them, if any man's wife goes astray and behaves unfaithfully toward him, and a man lies with her carnally, and it is hidden from her eyes of her husband, and it is concealed that she has defied herself, and there was no witness against her, nor was she caught. If the spirit of jealousy comes upon him, and he becomes jealous of his wife, who has defied herself, or if her spirit of jealousy comes upon him, and he becomes jealous of his wife, although she has not defiled herself, then the man shall bring his wife to the priest, and he shall bring the offering required for her, 1/10 of an ephah barley meal. He shall pour no oil and no frankincense on it, because it is a grain offering of jealousy, an offering for remembering, for the bringing iniquity to remembrance." Now, that right there is just
I have
talking
no
about
fucking clue what interpret what
It's not talking
what type
about
of fucking what type of
abortion.
fucking
Now,
version
if you're
did
gonna
you
make
just
the
read?
argument that
Wait, pause. What type of version did you just read, bro?
Hold on.
I'm sorry, my microphone was literally muted. What type of version did you just read?
I read the New King James Version. It is
Yeah, so read
just
something
like
other than the
King
King James
version.
version. Jesus Christ, dude, it's so cringe. Read
What
something
did
else
you
other
say?
than that. The King James version is like incoherent. It's really
I
hard
said
to
New
understand.
King James Version.
I understand.
New King James
So-
Version. It's a dumbed down King James Version. You would know that if you were a Christian. Again, like I said, it talks about an offering of grain. It doesn't talk about an abortion. Again, you're wrong here.
It tells you to drink bitter water, right? You need to look at the scripture. Maybe click it to or send it to 31 instead of 21. Maybe it will in the New King James version.
Oh, I don't
say
click it. No, I have an actual Bible.
Sorry, I
I'm reading
apologize. Read to 31 then.
To 31?
Yeah.
Jesus, you're wanting me to read the whole...
No, it's just
the whole
11 through
chapter.
31.
I mean, I can if you want me to prove to your followers that you're wrong.
Go ahead, try.
Because being a Christian, you can't have an abortion.
Can you read to 31?
Your argument is not right.
Hey, buddy, read
And
to
the priest
31.
shall bring her near and set her before the Lord. The priest shall take her holy water in earthen vessel, and take some of the dust that is on the floor of the tabernacle and put it into the water. Then the priest shall stand the woman before the Lord, uncover the woman's head, and put the offering for the remembering in her hands, which is the grain offering of jealousy. And the priest shall have in his hands the bitter water that brings a curse. The priest shall put under oath and say to the woman, if no man has lain with you, and if you have gone astray to uncleanliness while under your husband's authority, be free from this bitter water that brings a curse. But if you have gone astray while under your husband's authority, and if you have defiled yourself, and some man other than your husband was lain with you, then the priest shall put the woman under the oath of the curse, and he shall say to the woman, the Lord will make you a curse and an oath among your people when the Lord makes your thigh rot and your belly swell, and may this water that causes the curse go into your stomach and make your belly swell and your thigh rot. He's talking about a curse. He's talking about if you were true in your actions. See, you're taking context.
It's literally saying the belly will swell because it's a miscarriage, an intentional miscarriage.
Yes,
that's an abortion.
It's an intentional miscarriage because
That's an abortion.
she did it out of defiance of her husband.
Yeah, so that's an
You don't
abortion. So
understand. See,
quite literally, the book tells you to get an abortion in that context.
And if you're gonna take it out of context, I'm done arguing with you.
That's
Parker,
not out of
'cause
context.
not-
That's literally what your verse says.
That's out of context.
No, it's
Parker.
not.
Yes, it is. And you
No,
know
it's
it.
not. You read it, dude. You read the full
I
context.
did read that.
You
I
actually
did read
complained
it,
about
and
having to read too much.
But are you gonna talk about? Are you gonna
You
talk
actually,
about
dude,
the
you really,
fact
you
that it
literally
was in
complained
defiance
about
of
having to
scripture?
read too much. So which is it?
I mean, you look dumb to your followers, man. Because
No,
I
I
just
don't.
proved to you
How do I
that
look
you're
dumb?
taking everything out of context.
How do I
You
look
don't
dumb?
give the full.
I didn't take it out of context. You actually
understanding of
complained that you had to
everything.
read too much.
All right, back to
You,
why
the
I
fact that you
support
think I look
Trump.
dumb to my followers is embarrassing. Type 3 in the comment section if you think I don't look dumb.
I think you look pretty fucking dumb.
And then type a 4 in the comment section if you think that the guest is really dumb.
Not that many people, see?
Really? I see 4s all over that comment section.
Anyways, Parker, you have a good night, brother. I will talk to you another
You're
time.
gonna run away? Really?
You want me to keep talking? We can keep debating.
Yeah. I mean, you can
What would you
acknowledge
like to
that,
debate
that
about
your
again?
God literally calls for them to get an abortion. And you think abortion is good in that context, right?
You're not gonna rage bait me, Parker. What
I'm not
else would
rage
you
baiting
like
you.
to
I'm
debate
saying
about?
that your religious scripture tells you that it's good to get an abortion in this context.
That's not true, Parker.
The Bible says it's good. It says it's what you should do in that context.
That was not a good text. That was actually a text with a negative intention. So I don't think
What?
that God
It was
gonna
telling
say
you
that
what you
was
should
good.
do in that context.
In the Old Testament, Parker.
Yeah, so at that point in
talking
history,
about
you
the
think
Old
abortion was
Testament,
good
Parker.
in that context.
You're talking about the Old Testament.
It sounds like
Parker.
you're pro-abortion in this context.
Oh, I'm not pro-abortion.
You are pro-abortion in this context. Your Bible is.
My Bible.
Yeah, your Bible is
What do you have against the
pro-abortion in
Christian
this
faith?
context.
Who hurt you so bad in the Christian faith?
No one.
I just want to know. To become an atheist after growing up with Christians, who hurt you, really? Because God does love you, Parker. God loves you very much.
No one hurt me. I just disagree with the view.
Well, God loves you. And I do pray
Nithya,
for
thank you so much for the $20 for the guest is dumb. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I do pray for you, Parker.
So, I mean, you say that, but like you just called me dumb. You had no argument. You actually didn't engage with any of the points I brought up. You have to acknowledge that under your view, you are pro-abortion at some points in history in certain contexts. You are pro-abortion.
At some point in history, in certain contexts.
Yeah,
and
you
then
are
Jesus
pro-abortion
Christ-
in that context.
And then Jesus Christ died on the cross, Parker.
Can
That
we
way
get
all of
a
that
guest
stuff
is
can go
pro-abortion in the comment section?
See, he doesn't have a backup for that one.
Wait, no. What was your question? Say it again.
I didn't have a question. I made a statement. You
Sorry,
said
statement. I
that-
apologize.
You said that at some point in time, my Bible approved abortion. And while you are true, Jesus Christ then died on the cross.
Oh, so you are pro-abortion at that point in history?
What?
So you are pro-abortion in that context?
No, I'm not.
You're
I'm
not? Wait, but you
pro-abortion.
understand that you actively just agreed that you were.
I agree with you that it said that in the Bible. I didn't say I.
So is the
agree
Bible
with
wrong?
it. Never said the Bible was wrong.
So
No,
is the Bible
is
right? Is the Bible
the
right?
Bible is absolutely correct.
Okay, if the Bible is absolutely correct, and the Bible tells you that it's pro-abortion in this context, that means it's absolutely right to be pro-abortion in this context, right?
And Jesus Christ died on the cross so that we didn't have to do that anymore.
But you agree that at that point in history, it was correct to be pro-abortion in that context.
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, so then you think the Bible is wrong.
No, I don't.
Okay, so then you agree that you're pro-abortion in that context.
I believe that as a Christian, you take things and you look at them from a bigger perspective. Everything in the Bible and the Old Testament looks at or points to Jesus Christ. So if you look at it in that aspect of everything,
So
in the
being
Bible,
pro-abortion in this context, it points towards Jesus Christ?
it actually does. It makes way for Jesus Christ to come. These are all the bad things that people had to do before Jesus Christ came.
W being pro-abortion. I'm glad that we can agree that you're pro-abortion in some context.
Definitely not pro-abortion, Parker.
You
I do
just
pray-
agreed that you should be pro-abortion. That brought about Jesus being here.
I do not agree with you at all that any of that is true.
Well, I mean, you've already conceded whether or not you want to acknowledge it at this point. Harold, think of the $20 for the guest is dumb. Thank you so much.
You're trying to to debate beliefs versus facts.
Adam, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. For the guest needs to be told that he's dumb.
Back
And
to why
I am debating
support
facts.
Trump.
I literally had you read off the scripture, dude.
Okay. Again, it's a belief system, not a fact.
Yeah, and your belief system is pro-abortion in that context. You love abortion in that context. You think it's so perfect and great because your Lord, your God commanded it to be good
That's
in
not
that
true.
context.
That's not true. I don't believe that's true. No.
Well, you already conceded. So either the
No.
Bible's wrong or you're pro-abortion in that context. It's one or the other. You pick.
The Bible's not wrong, and the Bible was
So you
never
are pro-abortion in that context.
The Bible was never pro-abortion.
Yes, it was in that context.
No.
Wait, so then
Again,
read the
like
read
you
the Bible.
said,
Do you want to
in the
read the Bible
context-
verse
if you
again?
wanna
Because you
talk about
already
the
read it.
Context of the Bible, right there.
Callie, think of the money gun.
That
You
was a
already read it,
negative
dude.
Text that I read, a negative text, and it had to do with cheating, a woman cheating on her husband.
Yeah, and saying
the
that you
text
should
was-
get an abortion in that context.
The text was not saying that you should get an abortion.
It
The
was.
text
An intentional
saying that
miscarriage
the
isn't an
priest would
abortion.
take her
If
up
you're
as
supposed to get an
offering to the
intentional
Lord,
miscarriage, given that you
give her
cheated on your
bitter
husband,
water,
given that you
and
become
if-
pregnant
if
based
she
upon that,
provides
then
her
obviously that
husband
means you
away,
should get an
then
abortion.
She is going to have an abortion. Again,
Okay.
the text, you have to think about the text, Parker.
I think this argument just will never get through to him. Like it's an obviously it's
and
still a
I'm
good
trying to have
argument.
a
You just like
different
won't
argument
understand.
with you, but you don't want to because you're so hung up on the Christian stuff.
Okay, if you don't want to talk about Christianity, then we can talk about something else. But that's the reason why you said abortion is wrong, right?
What?
That's the reason why you said abortion is wrong, right?
To talk about something else? Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk.
You said
about
you said that
something
you
else.
can't be Christian and be pro-choice. Did you
do
know that
this
Jesus
for a
is
living. I
pro-choice?
have limited time to get my point across, so let's talk about something different.
Sir, did you know that Jesus is pro-choice?
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
Jesus is.
He gave you free will, my guy. He's pro-choice.
Oh man.
He literally allows
Free will
people to
came
get
about
access to an
whenever-
abortion.
No, free will came about whenever Eve ate from the forbidden
Yeah,
fruit.
Jesus literally allows for you to get access to abortion. Did you know that? He literally grants you the access.
Your whole like belief on the Christianity is wrong. If you
I'm not
believe that
wrong. Jesus
Christ
is literally
gives you free
pro-choice,
will,
my guy.
You think Jesus Christ gives you free will?
Yeah,
Explain that.
literally. Like that's what every Christian's ever told me.
How?
Well, except
did-
for
how
some.
does
Some
that-
believe in determinism, but that's another incoherent
Free
ideology.
will came about after Eden or Eve.
The Garden of Eden.
The Garden of yeah, exactly. That's where free will came about.
I understand, but God gave
Okay,
you free
so-
will. Do you agree?
Yes, God did.
For Standard. So God's pro-choice.
No, God.
W
gave you
Jesus for being pro-choice.
choose between right and wrong.
Jesus, the pro-choice king.
God gave you a conscience to choose between right and wrong. God didn't approve abortion and was not.
But he approved that you have the
That's
choice,
what
right?
Free
Wait,
will is
wait, I have a
not.
question. Does God approve that you have the choice to get access to an abortion?
Does God approve what? Say it again.
Does God approve of the choice for you to be able to get access to an abortion?
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
That would be killing his own creation.
So he does believe that you have the
Do you
ability to
believe
do.
God created you, Parker?
I'm not religious. So the point
But-
from your
but
perspective.
wait, hold on. Do you believe God created you? Then who created you? If God didn't create you, who created you, Parker?
I'm an agnostic atheist, so I don't know what the causes of the universe prior to the Big Bang.
Oh, so you just don't care enough.
No, I just don't have the explanation.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Can I keep making my point? So
Go ahead,
God
make
gave
your
you free will, so he wanted you to have the ability to sin or to not sin. Okay? So God
that's
is
our choice.
pro-choice.
That doesn't mean
So
that
God
it's
is pro-choice because he wanted you to have the choice to sin or to not sin.
No, that
That's
doesn't.
literally
mean that
what
God-
pro-choice is.
That doesn't mean that God's just going to approve everything that you choose. That's what.
Wait,
you're
wait,
saying.
wait.
You're
That's
saying that
not
God
even
gave
what.
you free
Wait,
will.
wait. The pro-choice position does not mean you have to be pro-abortion. You can be anti-abortion and pro-choice. Did you know that?
Explain that thought process.
Yeah, you can be morally against abortion, but think you should have legal access to it.
Okay, I can get along with that.
Okay, well then you're pro-choice then.
No, I'm not pro-choice. I'm whatever.
That is literally pro-choice.
Anti-abortion, or no? Wait, you confused me, Parker. Say it again.
Anti-abortion, but you're pro-choice.
No.
Like you're morally opposed to abortion, but you think it should be legal.
I mean, in some aspects, yeah. Like when it comes to like rape.
I'm talking about in every circumstance or an elective circumstances.
I don't believe in any circumstance. No.
Okay, so you think it should be illegal to get access to an abortion?
I believe in the moral part of it. Morally.
Push the hand out. Yeah, so you believe it's immoral, but do you think it should be illegal?
I believe it should be illegal to people that don't need it.
Okay, so for example,
is that a fair statement to make?
No. So do you think that people should go to prison if they get access to an abortion? Like in elective circumstance?
I do. Yes.
Okay, can I ask you this question? If someone has a miscarriage, are you going to investigate their miscarriage?
No, why would I do that?
Okay, so then couldn't any particular person who's pregnant just get a black market abortion and just claim that they had a miscarriage?
If they wanted to, that's up with them and the Lord.
So aren't you just going to create conditions where people are incentivized to get abortions in less safe means?
That's their choice. Again, free choice. They have free choice to do that.
Okay, so then why don't you just make it legal to give them the choice there? Wouldn't you rather that they have the choice to get access to a safe abortion rather than the choice to get an unsafe abortion?
Again, if you're going to say make it legal or make it illegal, morally it's wrong.
Yeah, you can disagree with it morally while still thinking it should be legal because you would prefer people to have access to safe abortion than unsafe abortion.
It should be illegal.
Would you prefer people to have access to safe abortion or unsafe abortion?
I think that if you want to have access to abortion, you should have access to unsafe abortion. Absolutely.
That's the dumbest fucking shit I've ever heard in my life.
Why is that? Because if you're going to kill a baby, you should go kill yourself anyways.
Wow. Go fuck yourself. Genuinely, go fuck yourself.
No, not at all.
I'm kicking him for that. That's insane. That's fucking disgusting, actually. Genuinely insane. Let's go to the next individual and send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Like, seriously, what a horrible fucking thing to say. By the way, that person's Christian? Are you serious? Why don't you say that to God, or to what's it called, to Donald Trump after claiming that he was God, right? Because that's an unforgivable sin. Abortion's forgivable. Blasphemy is not forgivable. I wonder why he says that about people who get abortions, but not about the president that he supports. Harold, thank you for the $20. Thank you for blasphemers are damned. Those that follow blasphemers are twice damned. Exactly. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Harold as well. Also, thank you for the $20 as well. They said water created you along something similar to electricity. Park water has been here since nearly the dawn of Earth. All living things are water-based, and yes, I am devoutly Christian. Well, thank you very much, Harold. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, links in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Bianca, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? Grace, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. Chat, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19. I'm just gonna say this.
You support Trump?
Yes.
Election on today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
If you're a leftist, I'm gonna slit your throat and make you drink.
Okay, what a disgusting fuck. Genuinely, that's so disgusting to say. What the fuck is wrong with people? Literally, that's what they say just for people having difference in political views. What happened to, like, let's unify as a country? Like, let's end this violent rhetoric? You know, like, what happened to that? If you disagree with me politically, I'm going to call for your death. What? Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
36.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. Sorry, dealing with my dog right now. What's
Okay.
up, man?
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
What I support Trump? Well, he didn't take showers with his daughter, which is what Biden did. So, and then secondly, sorry, my dog's like fighting me. Secondly, he's disarming Iran from nuclear warheads, and they have tentacles with Hamas. So yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Patch, stop.
So the first point that you made isn't actually verified. The diary that you're referencing, there was a chain of custody specifically where it was held by a right-wing think tank. And Ashley Biden came out and specifically said that there were things that were false accusations targeted against people that she loves, and people were misrepresenting specifically things. So obviously there's not the contents haven't. So can I please finish, sir? Can I please finish, sir? So the contents haven't. Not only the contents have not been clarified, but also even if you did specifically say that this was applicable, there's nothing in that even references the age of her at that particular time, right? And obviously, yeah, obviously, when it comes to being a parent, especially if you're like a father that's involved, right? You're going to like literally bathe or take care of your children when they're young, right? Obviously, it wouldn't make sense to do if they're older. Obviously, it would not make sense if they're older. But if you're talking about someone specifically in terms of a certain age, that's not even listed.
Sick.
Okay, well, that's not the age isn't even listed in the diary.
Ages. Yes, it will.
The age was not listed in the diary. That's just not true. You're making that up. Okay? Along with the fact that you literally support a guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. You support a guy that was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, who said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, who sexualized his daughter on countless occasions, saying yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass, calling his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive, saying he has sex in common with his daughter, and saying he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter, right? Along with the fact that he was credibly accused by a minor that got a settlement with the Epstein estate. You are muted, my guy. Smack, are you there? You unmuted.
You muted me, right?
Yeah, I know.
Me, right? Yeah, so you stopped me from talking, right?
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happens when I mute you.
You don't like me to talk, because that means facts
in the middle of my statement, yeah.
Facts are coming out, right? So Trump walked into a dressing room? Is that what you're saying?
He bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent.
How about backstage? Do you want to say that? He walked backstage or into a dressing room? Are you
both.
lying? No, not both.
The dressing room is backstage.
You're such a liar. And that's why...
What? You don't think dressing rooms are backstage?
He owns a pageant. You're such a liar, dude. He owns a pageant. He can walk backstage to a pageant, but you like to say
not backstage. Where they're getting naked and dressing with no men around, where he explicitly says that he gets away with it.
Fair enough. If that's what you want to use, guess what? It won't hold up in court, but you can use that.
That's called sexual exploitation, regardless of whether or not it holds up in court. That's an immoral thing to do.
Would it hold up in court? No, it won't. It won't.
Well, you know what did hold up in court? He was held civilly liable of forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, and yet you don't accept a jury determination from the civil court.
Good point. So E. Jean Carroll, who he apparently sexually penetrated in 1986, but did not bring the case until he was 2020 into the court. You're right? How about that? So apparently
it takes decades for many victims to come out because of people like you.
In 1996, but then he was running for president in 2020, and she's like, "Oh, he sexually assaulted me." 40 years later. Oh, that's not politically motivated.
It wasn't 40 years later. It hasn't even been 40 years since it happened.
How long was it later? How long was it later?
Yeah, 23 years.
Oh, 23 years! Oh!
Well, this guy's emotional. He's crashing out.
Thank you, 23 years!
He's crashing out.
The rape, right? She didn't care about the rape.
I know you're crashing out, but
president.
I know you're crashing out.
You.
Hey, Smack, I know you're crashing out, but because of people like you, victims don't come out right away because people harass them, because they stigmatize them. Because they try to go after them because of the fact that they came out with their story.
To get credibility. He was running for president. She was trying to get credibility. Stop with that.
He
whole
was
victim
already
blame.
president when she
Okay,
came
it's
out.
victim. Okay. Oh,
He was already president when she came out. Plus, there are plenty of other victims that came out prior to him running for president. You understand that Donald Trump has been accused by 27 plus women of sexual misconduct?
you win. You win. Had nothing to do with his presidency. Right? Had nothing to do with his presidency. She just got raped 20 years before she quantified it when Trump went for presidency. You win. Right?
So you're saying because something happened 20 years ago, that means that it didn't happen to her because she came out about it 20 years later?
No, that's
you
not
know,
what I'm
there are
saying.
plenty of victims
I'm
that come
saying
out
that- I'm
decades
saying
later.
that. No, I'm saying that if something happened 20 years ago and she waits for it to come public when he runs for presidency, it's political motivation. That's exactly
No,
what
I
I'm
disagree with you on that. I think it makes more sense for a victim to come out in a scenario like that because they don't want the person who abused them
and
to be
you
in a
hate
position of
Trump,
power.
and you hate Trump, and anything Trump
Well,
does,
it's not just me. It's literally the civil court that
hate
unanimously
Trump,
determined.
bro.
Hey, buddy.
Can
Hey,
you
buddy.
name one thing?
Hey, buddy. You know that it was the entire unanimous decision from a jury that indicated that to be true. It's not just
Can you
Parker
name
get a
one
job on a
thing
TikTok
Trump's done
stream.
Good? Can you name one thing Trump's done good?
What? I can't hear you.
Can you name one thing Trump's done good?
Operation Warp Speed. Can you name one
Ooh,
thing that
but
Kamala Harris has done?
Kamala said,
I have a question.
if
I have a
Trump
question.
takes it,
Can
I'm
you name?
not gonna
Listen,
take it.
sir.
If Trump takes it, I'm
Sir,
not gonna take it.
sir. Can you name one thing Kamala Harris did that you agreed with?
Yeah, her fakeness when she said, "If Trump takes it, I'm not gonna take it."
So do you see how you're a dishonest fuck that
It
you
shows
can't
her
even
side.
answer the same question you just asked me? So I'm gonna thank some people real quick, but you're a weirdo, honestly. Nicole, thank you for the $42. Thank you so much for happy holidays. I can't wait to celebrate tomorrow. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Nicole in the comment section right now for the $42? Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Nicole. Thank you. Harold, thank you for the $20 twice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And totally, thank you so much, Harold. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I doubt he would, Harold. I doubt he would. Royland, thank you so much for the $5.
You haven't beat me yet, bro. You haven't beat me yet.
Royland, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Cosmic, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You keep beating me.
Why are you mad, bro?
I'm not mad.
Why are you so, like, you're being very emotional?
I'm not emotional.
You're very emotional.
What are we talking about right now?
We were talking about how Donald Trump was a sexual abuser.
Well, we are also talking about how it happened in 1986, but yeah, it wasn't brought up
96. I know that you have a hard time remembering things
96,
because
but it
you're
wasn't
drunk
brought up
right now.
until he ran for presidency, right?
What's that?
Oh, they waited for him to run for presidency to bring it up.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's not
motivation
true.
at all, is it?
Wait, so do you believe all the people that accused him before his presidency?
It's not how that works, dude. You got to quantify every single person.
So do you agree? Do you believe the people that accused him before his presidency?
You have to review every single person's case. You don't review one person. You don't review 30 persons. Doesn't matter. You
Hey,
gotta review
I know
every
that you're
single
drunk
person's
right now,
case.
but I'm asking you a very basic question. Would you like to answer the question?
What was your question?
You don't remember?
Do I think that every single person's case that was taken against Trump is real? No.
Do you
I
think?
have
Do
to
you think
review
the
every
people?
single case.
Listen, sir. Do you think the people that came out prior to him running for president were telling the truth?
I have to review every single person's case one by one.
So obviously, just because someone came out after he ran for president or after he's already in office does not mean that that accusation is false. Especially if they're able to hold their abuser.
Doesn't mean it's true.
Especially if they're able to hold their abuser accountable in the context of a civil case. An entire unanimous decision of all 9 people.
Doesn't mean it's true either. It doesn't mean it's true either.
But the civil case does indicate that it's true. The 27 plus people that have accused him of sexual misconduct does indicate that it's true. The credible accusation against him from a minor who got a settlement with the Epstein estate does indicate that it's true. Him bragging about grabbing women by the vagina without asking, which is literally sexual assault, does indicate that it's true.
How nice. They wait for him to run for presidency. How nice.
Do you see how he
They
just
wait
keeps
for him
repeating
to
the
run
same?
for presidency.
Hey, dude.
They don't
How many beers have you had, bro?
charge him until he runs for
Hey,
president.
smacked. How many beers have you had?
They don't charge him until he runs
Hey,
for president.
hey, buddy.
How nice is that? How nice is that?
Hey, buddy, how many beers?
You're
Answer the question. How many beers?
not letting me talk.
Then answer the question.
They waited 20 years to accuse.
I'm going to keep muting you until you answer the question. How many beers, sir?
They don't want to quantify.
How many beers?
They waited 20.
How many beers?
4.
4? Are you sure? Not more than that?
Dude, why don't you let me talk? Why are you so pissed?
Because I'm not pissed. I'm just trying to get you to answer my question.
Eugene Carroll accused him.
E. Jean Carroll. I know that you're dumb, but it's E. Jean Carroll.
Accused him in 1988, and she didn't.
1996. She didn't accuse him
Why
then.
don't you let me talk?
Because you're wrong. She accused him in 2019, genius. She accused him in 2019.
It's political motivation.
You had more than 4 beers.
Sir, it's political motivation.
No evidence of that. What's your evidence of that?
My evidence of that is it occurred in 1989, but they waited until 2016 to accuse him of it. Hold on, I'm not done. Stop. Don't.
Morgan, thank you the $5 for he believes the Biden diary with no proof, but E. Jean Carroll isn't real. That's insane. I know, right? It's because he's a biased partisan hack. King of the Golden State, thank you the $5.
E. Jean Carroll isn't real? E. Jean Carroll isn't real?
Road Crew, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Obviously, they were referencing.
I did the math. It was 17.
Sir, we weren't saying E. Jean Carroll's not real. We were saying that about the accusation. You don't accept the accusation, genius.
Was it 17 years between when it occurred and when they charged him with it? Isn't that a little odd? 17 years?
So he was held liable in 2023. Okay?
How many years is that?
Can you do the math?
No. You tell me. What is the math?
I'll actually, I want to see if you can answer.
You don't want to do it because this shit's on your point. How many years is that, big dog? How many years? Oh, it shows political motivation.
It doesn't show political motivation.
So it happened in 1986.
Can I ask you this question?
No.
No. I want you to do 2023 minus 1996. What is that number?
Come on, man.
What is that number? 2023 minus 1996. What is that number?
I don't care what. I'm not even doing the math with that. I'm showing you. Eugene Carroll.
2023 minus 1996. What is the math?
I'm showing you Eugene Carroll.
Eugene Carroll. Answer the question.
It's 16 years with Eugene Carroll.
Eugene. 16 is not the answer, genius. I'm asking you the question. Can you do a very basic answer this question? 2023 minus 1996. What is the answer?
I can't do the math. But can you?
Are you serious? You can't do the math?
No, I can't. I'm an electrical engineer, but can you?
Holy shit. He can't do the math? It's 27, dude.
I can't. But you.
Holy fuck.
But you keep muting me like.
It's 20 because you can't answer that basic question.
Right. I'm so
Michael,
stupid.
thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it,
you
Michael.
can't
Thank you for the
answer the
$6.66. Thank you, Michael.
You can't answer the Eugene Carroll question.
Eugene Carroll.
Right. You can't answer that. It was like
I already did.
16-year difference, right?
It was 27. 27 years.
27-year difference, right? And they waited for Trump was running for presidency until they quantified him as a pedophile. Is that not like why?
This doesn't have to do with him being a pedophile.
Why did she say in 1992 that this guy affected me? Oh, because it didn't matter. It didn't matter in 1992. How about 1997? Oh, it didn't matter. How about 2005?
So I'm gonna mute you.
Oh,
You decided to cut me off here. I'm just gonna kick you because you're just honestly so stupid that there's no point of having a conversation with you. Why didn't the victim come out right away? Because people like you won't believe them regardless. For many victims, it's incredibly traumatizing to try to hold the individual accountable who did this to you. You have to relive the trauma of the event. Okay, I told you I was gonna kick you. Hey, dude, you are genuinely an insufferable drunk idiot. Like, actually, go get your life together. There's something wrong with you. You are an absolute idiot. I genuinely can't have a productive conversation with you. I was genuinely trying. You are either too drunk or too stupid to have a conversation with me, okay? If you want to have a productive dialogue, you can come back on the stream, but the way that you just acted is incredibly insufferable, and honestly, I'm not wasting any more of my time. Go fuck yourself. Jaden, thank you for the $4 for this is Pete Keg's breath. It is, honestly. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Harold as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey Parker, what's up? How you doing?
Do you support Trump?
Yes and no.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
At this point in time, probably still Trump. Yeah.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, Parker, before we get started with this debate, let me ask you a quick question. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
If Harris did win the election back then, would the country be in a better state today?
If Harris won the election, you mean?
Yeah.
Absolutely, the country would be in significantly better positioning.
How so?
We'd have better relationships with our allies. We wouldn't have gone to war with Iran. We wouldn't have imposed tariffs. We'd have better real GDP growth, better real median wage growth, better inflation. We'd have better conditions for real domestic manufacturing investment. We'd have better unemployment rate.
Okay. Well, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So I support Trump because of some of his border policies and immigration policies.
Okay, such as?
HR 2, some of the executive orders he passed back in January.
HR 2 was never passed.
Well, a bill that he proposed, so that wasn't passed. That's some of his stuff, but yeah.
Nowhere near getting passed, and he actually undermined the bipartisan.
I wish it was passed. Go ahead.
I understand, but he undermined the bipartisan border bill that literally would have secured the border and would have made the legal process go quicker. Plus, it would have built more wall than Trump built under his entire administration, and he did that because he didn't want Democrats to get a win on the border.
Understood, but the Senate should have voted on it and agreed upon it, though. I mean, Trump should have done more to get it passed because it was a good bill. Don't you think so?
He said, blame it on me if the border bill fails, and HR 2 is a horrible bill.
Why?
Didn't have anywhere near the votes to get elected. It put too much money specifically into the enforcement side rather than making the legal process go quicker.
Mm-hmm.
Those are just a few examples.
Okay, all right.
Anything you want to respond to me for? Or
Oh no, sorry, I was just.
Can you name a material benefit from Trump's immigration policies?
A material benefit? What do you mean by that?
Can you name one way in which the average American is materially benefited from Trump's immigration policy? They left. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. By the way, tomorrow, everyone, I'm going to be up in the live early. If you want to join our holiday stream tomorrow, everybody, I'll be live 9 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow, just letting everyone know. We're going to get one more person for today, and then we're going to call it for today, everybody. Tomorrow is the celebration festival. 420 for 420. 420 MG for 420. I've never done it before, but we're going to do it, okay? You know what's a pal to you? I'm not going to lie. I spent literally like $60 on stuff for tomorrow. Not trolling. I literally went out and got some. And I spent like $60 on literally just stuff for tomorrow. So, that's one thing I'll say. And we're going to kill most of it for tomorrow. So, yeah. Pretty diabolical, that's all I got to say. It will be interesting. Like, I've never done it before. I'm going to be absolutely, let's just say, elevated out of my mind. Okay? It's going to be crazy. It's going to be a crazy day tomorrow. That's nothing 60, but for one day in gummies, that's pretty diabolical, I tell you. CJ, thank you for the money gun. Thank you. Whoa, am I like frozen? Error occurred while streaming. Wow, what the fuck? Hello, do y'all hear me? Do y'all hear me right now? My chat just stopped moving. Frozen lag. Okay. Do y'all hear me? Wow, this is really weird. I think it's the storage on my PC, actually. I think I maxed out on my storage, and it's making my PC not function properly. My YouTube stream is probably destroyed right now. I might just have to end my stream now. Oh, yep. I think it's time to end my stream, chat. What the fuck is going on? Wait, people can still see me here on YouTube. It's fine on YouTube? Okay. So, I'll let y'all know, the issue, I can't even see my TikTok right now. So people can hear me on TikTok. But everything's fine on YouTube. Wait, can I add up guests? I can't remove them, I guess. Yeah, I say we just call it for today, everybody. I say we just call it for today, and I'll refresh my computer. What I am going to do, though, for people, is we're going to go to Parker Get a Real Job here on TikTok, and for the next 15 minutes, I'll be answering questions on Parker Get a Real Job on my TikTok. So if you want to go over to do that, I would really appreciate that. For the people who are here on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. Right now, we're currently at 1.8 thousand likes. I'd really appreciate if you try to get to 2,000. We're going to go over to my second account real quick and answer questions over there, everyone. Just because I need to hit a restart on my computer real quick. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. Tomorrow I should be live at 9 a.m. Pacific time, everybody. 9 a.m. Pacific time. I love y'all so very much. I love y'all so very much. I'm going to try to end my live stream here on... It's actually not even frozen on TikTok even at all. Actually, we're completely fine on YouTube and TikTok. It's just, literally, I can't see it. So I guess I could answer questions here. I guess if we can answer questions for the next few minutes. Yeah, if you want to ask me questions, you can ask me over YouTube, Venmo, or PayPal. Actually, fuck. Let's just go to my other account. I'm gonna do that because I want to fix my computer, and I'll do that while I'm over there. Go to Parker Get a Real Job on YouTube or on TikTok. I'll be right back in a quick second, everyone. I love y'all. I do Q&A.